You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you. Hope you've had a good week. Heading into the holiday weekend with us. How the heck are you, Miller and Moulton, on this final Friday of May? Thanks so much for being with us here on both the Michigan and the Florida Sports Networks, at least for one more show. Although I heard there's a rumor that our best of may air on Monday. I heard a rumor that it may air in Michigan and Toledo on Monday.
Wow. I mean, we've done 5 shows and we're giving them a best of. Do we have that much material?
Well, I don't know if we will have it from these 5 shows, but, there may be stuff in it from previously.
Let's hope so. It's a lot of work on a producer to find that.
Felipe seems okay with it. And if he's not, he's keeping it to himself. So I will say, Felipe, you played to mostly good reviews yesterday. Okay. With your unhappiness, abandonment, that the Heat apparently have abandoned you, and people seem to enjoy it. It brought them back to an innocent time in their sports fandom when losses bothered them that much.
You must have it mistaken. They abandoned me.
That's what I mean.
I didn't abandon them.
No. You feel they abandoned you, and then you have abandoned them. You did for a day.
Yeah, they were they, and they offended you.
Right. They offended you. They were no longer we. They were they. We've known you 6-8 months. You've always referred to your Miami teams as we.
Particularly the Heat.
Right. We tried to say, hey, you're misspeaking here. You're saying they. And you're like, no, they. So hopefully you now just one good night's sleep, a shower, maybe a nap today. You get ready. Big game 6 since you feel like you're playing.
Whoop-de-doo. Yay.
Wow.
Oh, look
Game
at that.
6 in Boston tonight.
Listen, here's the deal then. Since you've abandoned them, okay, if they come back and win, and by the time we come back, that's it.
I can't say anything.
Nothing. Zip, zilch, nada. If when we come back from the holiday, it's Golden State and Miami in the finals.
I don't want to see any Heat gear out of you. You
Not
can't
a word.
talk about it.
No, the mic will be off all week.
Actually, for 2, while the entire finals are going on.
Right. You will not be allowed to speak of the NBA finals if the Miami Heat are in them.
Can't quit on your team.
Unbelievable. We gave you one bad day. Anyone can have a bad day. We were willing to give you one bad day. But now, after a second night's sleep,
you knew there was a problem when he came in all FGCU stuff. He wore his college stuff instead of any of his Miami Heat stuff, of which there's got to be at least 3 drawers in the dresser just filled with Miami Heat garb.
There's at least one clean outfit not on the floor. Yes. Unbelievable. This is very disappointing. I thought you had more backbone, young man.
I'm not throwing them away. I'm defeated. I'm just defeated. I'm defeated.
Unbelievable.
I am a realist. I'm a realist.
No, you're a quitter.
The Heat are not winning tonight, and both of you know that.
Well, no, we would both bet on the Celtics.
Exactly.
It does not mean they're not winning. This is sports.
Come on.
This is sports. Have you seen how big Vegas is? It is that big because we don't know what the hell's going to happen. And when we think we do, we're wrong. That is exactly what Vegas screams at us. This is why we watch. I have no idea what's going to happen. And just when we think we do, we're at our most dangerous.
What's the line for tonight's game?
Listen, it's the NBA. It does not matter. None of these games are close.
The line doesn't matter. Fact of the matter is we're not talking about the line. We're not talking about what experts think. We're talking about a guy who has been a diehard Miami Heat fan, the biggest Miami Heat fan I've ever met, and you quit on their team in the playoffs.
Unbelievable.
There's no 2 ways to decipher this. You just have to play back what you said. You quit on your team. And you want to know what?
They quit on Miami. They quit on Miami.
You offend me with that.
What?
As a young fan, that's offensive.
I'm not allowed to be angry and outraged.
You're allowed to be angry, but you quit on your team.
When did I say I was quitting?
You just did.
I didn't. I did not say I am quitting on them. I had said that they are not a basketball team.
you
Hold
know what?
on.
You know what? Go to the end of the bench, sit down. We'll talk to you in a bit.
2 straight blowouts. Come
Whether you say you're quitting on them or not, you have quit on them. You're the hockey coach who's stepping up to the microphone. We are talking about you and saying we are not giving the effort that we need to give. This is the playoffs. You are not giving the effort that you need to give.
So I'm Andrew Brunette.
More like Barkov.
No, yeah. Yes, Sasha. In fact, we may just call you that for the rest of the playoffs.
Yep.
Sasha. But just for the record, want to guess the line?
Boston by 4.5.
Oh, higher.
Oh, really? They're getting it close to 10?
8.5.
Yeah, okay.
8.5. So Vegas feels like Sasha does over there. Yep. I missed the sign. Good pickup by you. I missed the sign. That's right. This is the first time in the whole playoffs. No Miami garb.
Right.
Wow. Man, this is very disappointing.
I threw my Golden State Warriors on just to kind of challenge him.
Right.
Today.
Right. He figured, you'd be in something heat. He's got his Golden State Warrior shirt, which, by the way, credit Mark Miller, was purchased before this run began. Was purchased, the year before? Because they went to the finals in 2015 for the first time. I thought you purchased this.
This is a 9-year-old T-shirt.
Yeah. Like 13 or 14. You were impressed by just how, when you went to the Bay Area with your wife, I don't know if you were.
It was our honeymoon, actually.
Okay.
We got married in November, but went the following summer. So I'm coming up on 10 years. So it'll be 9 years ago this summer that we went to the Bay Area, went to wine country, and they were just starting to gain.
Right. Curry was beginning to blossom, and you're like, and you told me, people there were like, hey, put the game on. And you're like, there's a little something brewing with the Warriors. And you bought that T-shirt and you came home and then you were proud. You're like, I'm telling you, there's a little something brewing out there with this team.
And they had Draymond, so it was a connection. He's a Michigan State Saginaw guy like I am. So I instantly said, that's my team.
Yes, that's right. You came back and you said, hey, the Pistons obviously are who I root for, but my secondary team, my team out west, I'm in on Golden State. This is 2013. Mark Jackson's still the head coach. See, that's fandom, Sasha. That's how you roll.
Your Sparties love starting dynasties, don't they? Or being a part of them.
Well, they like guys that don't shoot in college and then become really good pros.
Here we go. The old adage, Mark, who's the only person who could hold Michael Jordan under 20 points?
Dean Smith.
There you go. Some of those lines never get old. I'm sorry. Some of those lines never get old. Miller and Moulton on this Friday, heading into Memorial Day weekend. Indy 500 this weekend. West Coast of Florida watches the Indy 500. No more so than in Southwest Florida, Fort Myers, Naples. But the West Coast of Florida watches the horse racing and IndyCar racing. It's a very strange phenomenon.
And golf.
You think it's all the Midwest folks?
I don't know where
down?
I have no idea.
Why?
I know we're an older market, and the Indy 500 obviously has a lot of history to it. I've never been able to figure out, but particularly where we are in Southwest Florida, we watch sports. We watch television. We watch sports on television. Found out yesterday we're the number 9 Premier League market in the country. How the hell did that happen?
I think it's a combination of all the Midwest folks who have followed I-75 and they've relocated somewhere between Tampa, Clearwater, and Marco Island. And then also it's the older side of the state. And for whatever reason, those sports that were bigger back in the day seem to do pretty well on the West Coast of Florida. But I'll watch the Indy 500. I always get in. I'm in on the 500. It's also a fairly quick race. They qualified at 2:34. Do the math. If there aren't a lot of cautions, the race only takes a little. Now, I know they can't go full throttle 2:34, but they can go 2:20-ish. That's about a 2-hour, 15-minute race right there. Throw in some cautions and this, that, and the other thing. It's less than a baseball game. You can do that race in less than a baseball game.
Less than an NBA game.
Nowadays it is.
It is.
Yeah.
Less than a football game.
So I'm in on the 500.
I like to watch the beginning.
Okay.
I love the first lap. Just that first time they hit green and they come racing across and everybody's just grooving. I think that's just a great scene.
I want to go.
We were set.
I know.
I had us tickets and then this pandemic hit.
Right. I want to go. There are a few things, you and I have been pretty fortunate. You even took in Wimbledon as a teen? Were you 19?
I was 19 when I did Wimbledon.
But there's a couple of things that we both kind of still want.
I want Indy. I want the Derby more.
All right, fair enough. That could be something. I don't know if it's a poll question, but it could be something you chime in on heading into the holiday weekend. Give us a sporting event you haven't been to, you want to go to.
We could put 4 kind of, not obscure, but you know what I mean? Like different events up for this weekend with the Indy 500 and a few others to try to come up with 4.
Right. I mean, take the Super Bowl. Although, what's interesting? I mean, the football fan wants to watch it on TV. Like if we had, that some sponsors, and they have to go, we could send you to any championship you want in 2023.
I'd rather go to an NFC or an AFC championship game than I would a Super Bowl.
Is it because you want the home field atmosphere?
Bingo. I've been to, you've been to a lot more college stadiums than I have. But I've been to a lot of big games. I've been to Michigan, Ohio State at the Big House. I've been to Michigan, Notre Dame in South Bend. I've been to the Shoe to see big games. Like we talk about. Georgia, Florida, while a great rivalry, Georgia-Florida atmosphere pales in comparison to other home games.
Right. No, the night before
Bingo.
Georgia, Florida, in the streets of Jacksonville and downtown and what have you, is a great party. It's awesome. Yeah, the game, you got half the crowd sitting on their hands on every play. I'm sorry. The party is amazing.
So that's all. I'd just rather be in that home atmosphere.
You got dogs and gators sleeping with one another the night before that won't talk to one another the next day. I mean, big difference in atmosphere, Mark, Friday night to Saturday afternoon. Miller and Moulton and Sasha over there on this Friday before Memorial Day weekend. Thanks so much for listening to us on the Florida and Michigan Sports Networks.
Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost clubhead speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119.
Mark, we're playing golf.
Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Go to floridasportsnetwork.com to sign up now.
I'd like to thank Budweiser, Twin Peaks, and Southwest Florida Golf Carts. Got some good stuff there, flgolfcarts.com.
Where are you going to go? floridasportsnetwork.com. Sign up for our tournament Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Your golf will include your foursome and a chance to have lunch and awards after.
Sign up at floridasportsnetwork.com. David Moulton for Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa Filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa Filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters.
Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts, or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. flgolfcarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com. flgolfcarts.com.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Liberty today. So he's got a shot.
My God, did this, this is where a little bit of the woke ESPN yesterday, they couldn't do enough coverage on Kaepernick's.
No tryout?
Yeah.
Workout? KW, I could see where that would be cool and a big party on the slopes, drinking a little bit. Felipe, what time you got?
6:17 with 23 seconds.
All right, thanks. You got anything going on this weekend?
I'm going over to somebody's house Sunday for a little bit. But other than that, no.
Indy 500 party?
Yep. Yeah, we're all going as their favorite driver.
Which one of you is going as Will Power? Hello.
Hello.
It sucks that Ray Liotta died.
Yes. As a matter of fact.
That's terrible.
How old was he?
67.
Yeah. Damn.
Sneaky, Paul. Sneaky. He apparently has just done 3 movies and had 3 other gigs lined up. Another Jersey guy.
So my buddy, his kid was rolling around. Must have been at the Breakers yesterday. Where is it? I love that Luca's got the ball because he's got Arians and now LT that he just sees him. Hey, mind if I get a picture? Not bad for 14. I don't know if I'd have been that.
Yeah, I wouldn't have. That's cool.
No truth to the rumor that LT said, "You ever seen a grown man naked?"
Yeah.
Michigan and Florida, where Let's face it, if it wasn't for Tom Brady, there would be 4 bad NFL teams between them. Now back to Miller and Moulton.
Welcome back on the Florida and Michigan Sports Networks. You can text us at FSN Radio, which stands for Florida Sports Network, FSN Radio to 21,000. How about Ray Liotta?
Yeah, that's a
bummer.
That is a bummer.
It's a bummer. It's a popular actor. Doesn't matter the role. Just somebody that people took to.
Trying to think the last good movie he made, though.
All right. Here. Because now, let everybody know, though. You don't go to the theaters to see movies, but all right. Because obviously he did he had the back-to-back hits.
Right.
Where he was Shoeless Joe Jackson, Field of Dreams, and Henry Hill and Goodfellas. That was 89 and 90,
right,
by the way. All right. Grand Theft Auto Vice City was 20 years ago. So he was in Blow, John Q, Identity, Observe and Report, Killing Them Softly, The Place Beyond the Pines, Marriage Story. Did you watch The Many Saints of Newark?
I've not seen that.
I haven't either. I've heard very different accounts.
But I mean, even like Blow was 2001. I just looked that up quickly. I mean, it's,
believe it or not, the last thing that I remembered seeing him in, because I have not seen The Many Saints of Newark, which is the prequel to The Sopranos that was released last year. He did a cop show with J-Lo. It aired for 3 years on NBC. So I know it's network television, so you haven't seen it, but it was called Shades of Blue.
okay.
All right. He was the dirty, basically precinct captain, in which he did things his way. He was a very good cop, and he had his brand of justice, Mark, which clearly violated many laws. All right. But it's the kind of justice that I think many of us would want. It was very mob justice. We'll decide who's right and who's wrong. Cover up for a dirty cop here, that sort of thing. He always had all his guys and gals' backs. All right. And he would
Kinda
do
like
some
Aaron Boone.
up until recently.
Right.
So,
sorry, Jersey Cop show.
They're
all in New York. I figured I'd throw a Yankee reference in there.
Yeah, and it's funny. I don't know if it was New York. I'm trying to think, was it New York or Chicago? But anyway, wife and I enjoyed it. We were surprised every show in like the last 6-8 years that we go, hey, I like this, does not get renewed. We were thrilled when that one went 3 years. Like, wow.
You start to question yourself when that happens, don't you?
Yes.
That you have zero taste. It's like, why am I liking all these shows that keep getting cut after a year?
Yes. Man, do we suck that bad, honey?
That's how I've been in primaries when I vote, David. I haven't picked a winner in a primary, and I'm registered so I can vote on one side. I show up and I never seem to get the guy that gets through.
Have you voted recently for somebody who you didn't like, but you knew was a winner and you just needed to vote for a winner?
Never.
No.
Never. I think you know me well enough by now, David. I'll go down with
I'm with you.
With my stance.
I'm with you. I got no problem saying I voted for Perot in 92. I that's okay. I can go down with the ship. I'm fine.
I remember seeing Goodfellas in the theater because I don't, but back then I used to go to movies all the time. I remember after seeing Goodfellas in the theater, all I wanted to do was go to a convenience store, get a pack of cigarettes, and then rob them for the pack of cigarettes.
There's 20 tremendous scenes in that movie that you all can quote and what have you. My favorite one was this. My favorite one was that. I loved. He's just starting to date Lorraine Bracco there. Right? Is he looking at you? Was he looking at you? Well, he kind of was giving me the creeps, and he barges out of the house, walks across the street, and beats the guy up in his own driveway. with his friends looking on, not jumping in either. Hey, you guys want some of this? I can do this to you too.
That might be her best line in the thing. Most of my friends, if their boyfriend gave them a gun, they'd run. I got to admit, it kind of turned me on.
She had a very touching tweet yesterday in which, and if by chance you missed it, Ray Liotta passed away, I think, found dead in his sleep in filming a movie in the Dominican Republic at the age of 67. But she said, everybody comes up to me and wants to talk about either The Sopranos or Goodfellas. And when they asked me what was the best thing about Goodfellas, she said, I always say Ray Liotta. That he was just tremendous to work with. Great guy. So.
And think of the scenes they had that were,
Yeah.
They had some hardcore scenes
Yes, they
in
did.
that film of hatred towards one another.
Yep.
Amongst the other things.
So which one do you, that could be our poll question, by the way. Which Ray Liotta movie do you like the best? Or role do you like the best? Some people prefer Field of Dreams over Goodfellas. If it came down to those two even, which one do you prefer?
So what the hell's the matter with all of them?
Some people really, Mark, some people really like Field of Dreams. It made them feel good. It was inspiring.
I got you, but Goodfellas made you want to go rob people and
right, exactly. That's why people really
knock off an airport, for crying out loud.
Well, who doesn't want to try to knock off JFK right, for $8 million? And it was also tremendous in that the two roles were back to back. Field of Dreams was out in 89, Goodfellas in 90. So if you're watching Goodfellas in the theater, you're like, hey, Shoeless Joe Jackson. And all of a sudden he's a mobster. You're like, wow.
See, and there are a lot of folks that would pick Goodfellas over The Godfather as far as favorite mob movie.
I know. And
I think they're closer than people think. I know that's sacrilege to say that there's a better mob movie than The Godfather, but the fact that one's actually true and the other's a fiction novel, both equally depressing in the end. Come on.
The pacing, though, very different.
Yes.
Very different. So you had a very different feel, I think, as you were watching both movies. One movie, you're on the edge of your seat because the pacing is slow but dramatic. The other one's a little more frenetic.
Well, it does open with them re-killing the guy in the trunk. And
right.
You hear the voice, all my life, I've always wanted to be a gangster. Yeah, they kind of got you from the word go.
Right. So, we could go in honor of Ray Liotta. We could go, which role do you prefer more?
I think we kind of have to today.
Yeah, so that's fine.
Shoeless Joe or Henry Hill?
Yeah. It shows a lot about...
This isn't even close to me.
Which is fine.
No, but you know what's going to happen is if Shoeless Joe comes close to winning, I don't know what I'm going to do today.
Well, Shoeless Joe may not come close. Shoeless Joe may win. And some people... that was a very popular movie. Hey, people reference it all the time. Remember, we're on sports stations. People who are listening are sports fans. They probably like baseball.
Especially in this first hour of the show.
Right.
The baseball hour.
Right.
Yeah, but they also probably love robbing and crime.
Well, no, they love watching others do it. They're not necessarily thinking about doing it themselves. But there's two tremendous roles, obviously very different. I do think it's a bit of a character test. And there's no wrong answer. It's okay if Henry Hill's your favorite role. I do think it's pretty revealing. I've never been on the couch when they say, here's a picture. What do you see? I do think the answer to this poll question is a picture. What do you see?
Apparently, I'm giving the wrong answer, and it says a lot about me.
No, it's not the wrong answer, but it does say a lot about you. Oh, he's playing the music this time.
Well, 1 for 2.
Guess we got to go to break.
Miller and Moulton, Michigan and Florida Sports Networks.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the Chicken Bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today.
Mark, we're playing golf.
Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Go to floridasportsnetwork.com to sign up now.
I'd like to thank Budweiser, Twin Peaks, and Southwest Florida Golf Carts. Got some good stuff there. flgolfcarts.com.
Where are you going to go? floridasportsnetwork.com. Sign up for our tournament Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Your golf will include your foursome and a chance to have lunch and awards after.
Sign up at floridasportsnetwork.com. David Moulton for Napa, Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost club head speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119. You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
It was a great game. I was supposed to be broadcasting it.
Dang.
Yeah, he said he almost died.
Yeah, pretty bad accident.
DC, I think we did go with roll. Right? We went with the roll for Ray Liotta.
Yes.
Right. We didn't go with which movie. We went with which role. Say hello to my little friend.
No runs scored in the league last night.
No. So much for the ball being a problem. Sasha, you doing okay over there? Oh, I mean, falling asleep at 6:37 there, or are you just resting your eyes?
Yeah.
I have a shirt I have a sweatshirt that says that my family making fun of me.
You wore it here one time.
Did I?
Yeah.
I had to stay up last night and watch Obi-Wan Kenobi. New Star Wars series.
It's funny.
So damn good.
I remember him in the original.
Florida and Michigan. Steve Yzerman captained a dynasty in one state and was the architect of one in another. Now back to Miller and Moulton.
But didn't stick around long enough to see them hoist it, right? He left
Correct.
the year they got swept by
Right.
Columbus. He put basically all the parts together. And then his assistant there had to go and find a couple of third liners.
Find a Pat Maroon.
If you can find a Pat Maroon lying around, that's a real helper.
Boy, they're getting a lot of rest.
Yes, they are. Golden State's going to get a lot of rest, too. Time for...
Five stories you need to know. It's the starting five on Miller and Moulton. Here's number one.
Tampa Bay awaits to find out. They're going to play Carolina or the Rangers. Right now, you'd have to say edge Carolina. Canes have not lost at home in these playoffs. They're a perfect 7-0. They beat the Rangers 3-1 yesterday. They lead the series 3-2. They'll do live from New York. It's Saturday night, Game 6 tomorrow.
At least it's not SNL where everybody's left the show, apparently.
I know. Apparently, Lauren, what is this, like the 7th remake he's going to have to do? At what point do you just say, I'm done? This was a pretty good remake. This really was. This was a nice little cast that he put together. They had a good run. Edmonton's having a good run, Mark. Remember when they were down 3-2 in the first round of the Kings?
Yes.
And it was tied late in Game 6? Yeah, they've won 6 of 7 in the playoffs. Edmonton eliminates Calgary last night in overtime. Connor McDavid with the game winner. He said, I was terrible through the first 60 minutes of regulation. Terrible. Draisaitl was not. He had 4 assists. Edmonton 5-4 in OT. And they'll wait to see whether they're playing Colorado or St. Louis. Avs lead that series 3-2. They will try to advance to the conference finals for the first time in 20 years. Tonight, Avs, a perfect 2-0 in St. Louis in this series. NBA, hats off to the Warriors. 6th time in 8 years they're in the finals. How about that? 6th time in 8 years. Remember, they went 5 in a row, 2015 through 19. Missed the playoffs the last 2 years because of injuries. Got everybody back, and look at that. They're back in the finals. They're a perfect 9-0 at home so far in the playoffs. They handled Dallas by 10, 120-110. Game wasn't really that close. They led by 17 at the half. Clay with 32 was very emotional afterwards. He said, this time last year, I could barely walk. Had the knee injury, and then right before last season started the Achilles, and he missed 2 full seasons. He said this is very emotional. They don't play again until Thursday, June 2nd, and they'll be at home, no matter if it's Miami or Boston. Warriors have home court. With 53 wins, they've got home court. Same record as the Heat, 2 more than Boston.
By the way, you asked yesterday who has the tiebreaker between the Heat and the Warriors, and it's the Warriors.
Is there a reason why? Was it head-to-head, or was it?
Head-to-head. They won both games.
Well, that'll do it. That'll do it. 53 wins, though. That's not usually the team that has home court in the finals.
They're a 3 seed on their side.
Right. But the Heat are a 1 seed, and they only won 53.
Well, the East was a little bit of a dogfight this year.
One other NBA note, Zion has been cleared. He can do whatever he wants. He can work out. He can eat donuts. He could start playing pickup with his teammates. He has been physically cleared for any and all activities, entering the final year of his rookie deal.
Donut sounds pretty good right now.
It really does. It really does. Major League Baseball, did you see what the Yankees and Rays did last night? They made a little statement. One social media department contacted the other and said, we're not going to tweet about the game tonight at all. We're going to spend the entire game tweeting about gun violence. And so for 3+ hours, because let's face it, it's the Yankees and the Rays, so it took a while. That's what they did. Oh, by the way, the Yankees beat the Rays 7-2. They're leading the East is 5.5. This lefty Cortez, he's got a little something going on. He took a shutout into the 9th. He's 4-1. You're paying Cole about $412 million, and this guy's out pitching everybody.
Yes, he is. And thank goodness for that, because, well, that was going to be an area of concern for this team, and they found yet another starter.
Cabrera with a game-winning hit in the 9th, an RBI single. The Tigers beat the Guardians 4-3. Aaron Nola took a shutout into the 9th. Phillies beat the Braves 4-1. Royals rally 3 in the 8th, beat the Twins 3-2. Josh Hader had his 37th consecutive scoreless appearance last night. Picked up his 16th save of this season. Milwaukee held off St. Louis 4-3. Trevor Story hit his 7th home run in as many games. Boston scored 9 times in the last 3 innings, beat the White Sox 16-7. The Reds scored the most runs they've scored since 1999, while the Cubs gave up the most runs since 1999. Cincy 20, Chicago 5.
Where are you going to go?
Well, to a Great American Ballpark lately. Toronto doubled up the Angels 6-3. Vlad Jr. homered off Ohtani. That's worth the price of admission. 3-4 at-bats, Ohtani against Vlad Jr. I'm in. Ohtani gave up 5 earned in 6 innings in taking the loss. He's 3-3. Dodgers 14-1 over Arizona. Freddie Freeman, a homer and 5 RBIs. Patrick Corbin had lost, well, he hadn't had a win in 11 consecutive starts. He got one last night, 7-3 over Colorado. And Texas scored 3 in the 9th to beat Oakland 4-1, but that's not the big story. It's guess the attendance at the Oakland Alameda Coliseum on a Thursday night. Division opponent Texas in town. They had been on the road for a week. First off, set the over-under. For those of you in the Michigan Sports Network not paying attention, there is basically a fan boycott going on in Oakland for the A's outside of Wednesday afternoons when they sell $2 tickets. They can't get more than 5,000 people to go to any of their Monday through Thursday games. They're getting like 7,000 to 12,000 to go to Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and half of those people are there to root for the opponent.
I don't know how you can put an over-under for Monday, Tuesday, Thursday at anything more than 4,000.
Fair enough.
And I'm still going under. I'm going 37.80.
So 4,000's the over-under, Felipe.
I'm going over.
The under is the play, 3203.
Oh my goodness.
I want to look up how many minor league baseball teams and or college baseball and softball teams, because those regionals are going on now. I would love to look up how many minor league baseball teams and college baseball and softball programs outdrew the Oakland A's.
The Bananas outdraw them.
If they were home, they did.
You're damn right the Savannah Bananas did. 3203. All right. 4-game series, next 3, basically holiday weekend.
Right.
I'll give you over under 30,000.
I'll go over.
I'll go under. Josh Donaldson officially apologizes to Rachel Robinson, Jackie Robinson's widow, and to Jackie's family for his comments. He's still appealing his 1-game suspension. And Major League Baseball said that teams, because you can carry 26 players now, but early in the season, they let you carry basically damn near as many pitchers as you want. But then they said, hey, by a certain date, you can only carry half your roster being pitchers. Well, they're now going to continue to allow you to carry 14 pitchers through June 19th. First, it was going to be early May, then mid-May, then it was going to be May 30th. Well, now June 19th, 14 pitchers through June 19th. French Open, men's side, 2nd and 4th seeds, Medvedev and Tsitsipas advance. Americans, Steve Johnson and Tifo lose, but Mackenzie McDonald advanced to the 3rd round. And if you know who Mackenzie McDonald is, you need to get out more often. On the women's side, Jessica Pegula, Madison Keys, and Shelby Rogers all advanced to the 3rd round. Michelle Wee, who's now Michelle Wee West, having married Jerry West's grandson, I believe, will play in next week's U.S. Women's Open at Pinehurst. That's where she won her only major 8 years ago. And then she's retiring, or as she called it, I'm stepping away from the game. 5 career wins.
Look at this is one of the most shockingly disappointing careers that I've ever seen. I had such lofty expectations for this young lady.
Well, she was going to be the Tiger of the LPGA Tour.
I mean, when she was 15, 16 and at the Sony Open almost making cuts.
Well, that was 13, 14. She turned pro before she was 16.
I thought she was going to change women's sports. I really did.
So did a lot of people in the golf world. A lot of people in golf, Mark, thought that the mistake that she and her family made was that, first off, she went through a few years there where she was trying to compete against men. But that also, there's something to winning. That she was never competing when she was 12, 13, 14 at her level. She was always trying to compete at the very top level. And that there were a lot of people in the sport that said, it's okay to dominate your level. Winning is not something you just do. You need a little practice in it. You need to get good at it. And it's okay to compete a level or 2 above. But, you're 13 years old. You're trying to qualify on the PGA Tour for the weekend. And she came within a shot, by the way.
Yes.
A shot of doing it. But, I mean, if we had put the over-under at 5.5 for LPGA titles for Michelle Wee,
I would have lost
everything.
So much money.
Everything. PGA Tour, by the way, 8 golfers tied at 4 under atop the Charles Schwab Challenge, which is at Colonial in Texas. Amongst the 8, Webb Simpson, Patrick Reed. By the way, whispers about Reed playing on the LIV Tour. In the event's in a little over 2 weeks, so we'll see. In fact, it's 2 weeks from yesterday it's supposed to start. So Webb Simpson, Patrick Reed, Scotty Scheffler, after missing the cut at the PGA, and HV3, otherwise known as Harold Varner III, not to be confused with DL3. And that is the starting five.
Scheffler right back up on top of the lead. World's number one after the PGA. We'll see what happens there. But you're right. A lot of whispers on Patrick Reed. Wouldn't surprise me one bit. He's perfect for that tour.
What did so was it a Club Pro guy or somebody that said something along the lines of he'd be perfect for that tour because everybody already hates him? But he's top 50 in the world.
Right.
Kevin Na also one shot off the lead. He's like 33rd in the world. I love the fact they're still not releasing who's showing up. It tells me just, I think, how scared these players are. They're fearful.
Absolutely. I wonder if the event's even going to happen.
I think it happens. I think it happens if for no other reason, they've got enough guys who will play in it. I mean, come on. Like they can't find enough golfers to take those checks. I mean, there are independent contractors after all.
Right.
I mean, you can make enough in these, never mind the fact they're giving away appearance fees, but you could make enough in the 8 events that were scheduled this year that never play golf again.
As long as they have all 8 events, David.
Right. Well, 2 of them are at Trump courses in the States. I'm pretty sure they're going to happen.
We'll see.
All right.
I'm with you that I'm incredibly intrigued by it, though.
What? Well, the names are going to be released next week.
They're supposed to be released today.
Well, where are the names? Oh, they're coming next week. Their golf tournament's June 9th in London. Ours is 2 weeks tomorrow in Estero, West Bay. If you haven't signed up, please do so. FloridaSportsNetwork.com, FloridaSportsNetwork.com. Folds of Honor, the charity of choice. I thank Budweiser and Southwest Florida Golf Carts.
Twin Peaks. Pat Micheletti coming up next hour. Miller and Moulton, Florida Sports Network.
Mark, we're playing golf.
Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Go to FloridaSportsNetwork.com to sign up now.
I'd like to thank Budweiser, Twin Peaks, and Southwest Florida Golf Carts. Got some good stuff there, FLGolfCarts.com.
Where are you going to go? FloridaSportsNetwork.com. Sign up for our tournament, Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Your golf will include your foursome and a chance to have lunch and awards after.
Sign up at FloridaSportsNetwork.com.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the chicken bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today. Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost club head speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119.
David Moulton for Napa, Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts, or online, FLGolfCarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. FLGolfCarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. e-motorcycles. Check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com. flgolfcarts.com.
Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost club head speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119. You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Canada Relief, I'm with you. I like the smell of gasoline. But I'm one of those weirdos. What's his name escapes me, goalie for the Flyers when they won their cups. Bernie Perrant. When they that Broad Street Bullies, that Perrant liked the smell. Oh, let me smell that. I'm one of those. I like smells, whatever they are. Good smells, bad smells. And you can't smell. Better now with the sleep machine and all that?
Yeah, plus, as my dad used to say, you got your deviated rectum fixed.
But I remember you saying that you don't have a great sense of smell.
Well. I don't. Like Rufus apparently used to pass gas all the time.
That's what they do.
And my wife smelled it from across the room.
Yeah.
And
Bulldogs
had to be
odoriferous.
And it had to be like I had to be like directly downwind. And she was right. It was awful.
Oh, awful.
But it had to be not only kind of there, it had to like hit me.
So you still have it from COVID, huh, Brown Chicken? Man, that sucks, dude. Guy who, our financial guy that we work with had it, and he's a marathon runner. Like he's training to run a triathlon. I mean, hardcore. Poor bastard can't smell anything still. It's been like a year and a half. You know how hard it is to eat when you can't smell?
Yeah.
I mean, that might be the only way for you and I to lose weight. Oh, wow, KW. You know what's funny? I love the smell of Subway, but you couldn't pay me $1 million to eat that. I walk by and go,
I love the smell of coffee. Hate it.
Coffee does smell nice.
Yes. All
Coffee
kinds
beans.
of coffee. Yes. Yep.
Ten seconds.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Although this week also broadcasting along the Michigan Sports Network to Detroit, Flint, Grand Rapids, Traverse City, Grayling, and Gaylord. And good morning, Toledo. We are Miller and Moulton. Thanks so much for being with us. Our poll question at floridasportsnetwork.com, floridasportsnetwork.com. You could also vote and follow along at, what is it? That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, FL Sports Network.
You're ready for a 3-day weekend, aren't you?
It's been a busy 2 weeks. You know, last week the mega cast and the travel and the long days in St. Louis. And then, I've been broadcasting a lot of baseball this week in a college baseball tournament. And lucky I haven't gotten one of those rain-delayed extra innings middle of the night games. I mean, I've pretty much been done by when the sun sets. But yeah, there's no doubt I'm ready for a holiday weekend. The wires in the brain, they're near each other, but I don't think they're touching.
A couple of sparks.
Maybe.
But nothing that a nap and some playoff hockey won't fix over the weekend.
Got that right. But the untimely passing of Ray Liotta has led to our poll question of this day involving the famed actor.
And two of his iconic roles, if you will. What is your favorite Ray Liotta role? Henry Hill from Goodfellas or Shoeless Joe Jackson from Field of Dreams? Right now, 3 of 4 votes going to Henry Hill.
Okay. And that's fine. You know, it's the romantic role in a way, the sports romantic role. And then there's just the down and dirty Grizzly Street role. 2 very different roles. Back-to-back movies, 89 and 90.
And it's funny. I mean, I look at him as the star of Goodfellas and Pesci and De Niro being supporting roles, whereas he's clearly the supporting role in Far Down. I mean, he's like the third guy, maybe number 4 in Field of Dreams.
Yes. But it's still considered an iconic role. I mean,
no doubt.
I'm going to say something which is probably going to have a few people change their opinion of me one way or the other. I was not nearly as into Field of Dreams as one would think. Being such a sports goober that I am, a sports romantic, I believe in the sports gods. You would think that I would eat Field of Dreams up.
It's barely a sports movie.
I was not.
It's a good movie.
Yeah, and I wasn't super into it. I don't know why.
But in your way into the ballpark, the game they had in the cornfield, like you'd go see the field.
Oh, last year's and Fox won so many Emmys off of the Field of Dreams broadcast earlier this week. It was whatever you could get them for, they won. But I was all in on that. All in on the ballpark reconfigured in the cornfield in Iowa. Only 8,000 people could attend. Oh yeah. And I thought it was cool as you know what when the Yankees and the White Sox came walking out of the cornfield. I mean, to have Aaron Judge and Giancarlo Stanton, 2 monsters of men, walking through the cornfield, a la the movie. Yes, I thought, wow, this is cooler than any scene in the movie, to be honest with you. I'm like, this is awesome. But honestly, I would take a rom-com. I would take a Jason Bateman rom-com over Field of Dreams.
Ooh.
Yeah, I know.
That's a gut punch to a lot of people.
I know. That's shocking. I know, and I'm willing to die on that hill.
Is there any part of it? Because the movie about the Black Sox, where you find out that Joe Jackson's illiterate.
Right.
And then Field of Dreams comes out, and Joe Jackson's this articulate philosopher.
Uh-huh.
Was any of that part of it? Because that was, to me, it's like, guys, the guy couldn't write his own name. Where did you come up with this premise?
Right. When he supposedly admitted to, the improprieties in the World Series, and he signed it with an X. He didn't sign his name. He just put X.
Put his mark down.
Right.
that have anything to do
No,
with it?
I don't know, maybe, but no, I just didn't buy it. I was not into Forrest Gump as much as most people. All right? I don't know what's wrong with me, Mark. I really don't.
And thank you, Yinzer. 8 Men Out was the movie I was referring to. I pulled a Moulton there and told you the movie.
But I
didn't
knew
tell
what
me.
movie you were talking about.
I know,
right.
but someone out there listening was going, what?
Yeah.
You know that? Well, they're just yelling at their radio
know.
right now. It's 8 Men Out,
Yeah.
Miller, you idiot.
And that was Yinzer in our Twitch chat room, the Miller and Moulton channel on twitch.tv. But listen, if you're new to this show, we don't know the names of, you put a jersey on them, we'll remember it. But, please, the name of the movie and the actor and the just, you remember that guy in that. I mean, about the only one we remember is Philip Seymour Hoffman. If he's been in something, there's a good chance we'll remember it. Otherwise, we're a little shaky.
Miller and Moulton, that text line, if you want to text into the show, the keyword is FSN Radio. You text that to 21,000, FSN Radio to 21,000, and then you're in the gate and can text as much or as little as you would like.
All right. And I need to clarify something. Like Johnny Mack in our Twitch chat room is saying, you didn't like Forrest Gump? I did not say that. I didn't love Forrest Gump.
By the way, I'm right there with you.
Most people loved Forrest Gump. I mean, it won awards, the whole deal. A lot of people paid money to see it. I did not love it. I thought it was okay. A couple of the parts to it I really enjoyed, but the movie as a whole, okay. I put it this way, I'm glad I saw it. Would I see it again? No. Like it's not a movie when I'm flipping through the channels that I stop and I watch.
What baseball movie is because Field of Dreams obviously is not.
It is not. No.
So Field of Dreams, when it's on MLB Network and you were watching Intentional Talk earlier in the day.
You blankety blank, but that's funny.
So what baseball movie will you stop for? What is the number? Was it the
Major League? Okay. Which obviously in terms of class of movie, we all know it's a C movie, but I love Major League. The movie with Costner and Travolta's wife, all right, in which he's throwing the perfect game at Yankee Stadium as a member of the Tigers. Vin Scully doing the narrating with Steve Lyons. Vin Scully's doing the game with Steve Lyons. There's everything about that movie I like. Can I remember the name of it? No. All right.
Is that The Natural? No, that's not The
No,
Natural.
that's not The Natural. That's Redford and
Redford.
Glenn Close.
Right.
And yeah. By the way, Natural, okay.
That's
all right.
Not my favorite.
No, I'll watch the fake baseball scenes as opposed to the whole plot line. I don't really care for the whole plot line. A League of Their Own, I like. I enjoy it because it's funny. Hanks is funny. Rosie O'Donnell is funny. All right. Madonna is pretty good in that.
There's no crying in baseball.
All right.
Exactly.
I'd say it's her best movie.
Oh, Madonna?
Yes. Come on. She did some bad ones.
No, she did some horrible ones.
Right.
But she did the "Don't Cry for Me, Argentina" thing, which I think
Evita?
Yeah, I think
Okay.
that was probably your best. But
see, and here's the problem.
For me, I'm with you, David.
Here's the problem. I saw Evita on Broadway. So that's a problem if you're then going to go watch the movie second. That's a problem. So, I mean, when Patti LuPone doing Evita, that's, Madonna, knock yourself out. Bull Durham's obviously tremendous, just tremendous. That one, I'd stop. Doesn't matter what part of the movie.
But I'll take Major League over Bull Durham.
Oh, no, I would not. Don't get me wrong. I stop and watch both again.
No. I got you.
So.
But yeah, I would take Major League.
But of all these baseball movies that we're talking about, the last one that I would stop at and go, oh, what part of the movie are we at? Oh, okay, I'll watch the rest. It'd be Field of Dreams. In fact, I've never done it.
They don't make good baseball movies anymore.
Are you serious? They make baseball movies all the time.
That's all they make.
The last good baseball movie I can think of off the top of my head is 42. What else?
All right. We'll have to look it up.
Okay, but they don't make good movies right now. So what is it? I mean, the only movies that people seem to like are comic book movies.
Or action movies.
But I'm saying even right before COVID. There were no good baseball movies out in the theaters.
Well, give us a little while there. Maybe not recently, but they seemingly were coming out for a long time, for about 20 years. They seemingly were coming out with a baseball movie about once a year that was doing well.
That is awesome. See, those are the times.
Spoken from the 21-year-old. Those were the days.
Oh, boy.
I think we all need a 3-day weekend.
I think you're right. I love the nominations that are flying in for the baseball movies. Probably could have had that as just best baseball movie. We'll probably do that around All-Star Weekend.
Sure. And I think we would agree there are better and far more baseball movies than there are the other sports.
Yes. If you were to have a bracket, if we were to have a sports movies bracket, baseball would have its own thing.
Oh,
And
yeah.
if you just had two brackets, it would be a baseball bracket and an everything else bracket.
Do you like Moneyball?
Yes.
That
Yes.
That is a movie I'll stop and watch every time.
Yes, I will too. Now, I must admit, I prefer if it's earlier in the movie, the scene is them sitting around in which Brad Pitt keeps going. And why is it that we like him? He gets on base. There you go. Okay. And all the old scouts going, you're crazy, you're nuts. And yet, okay, fine. That's the part, probably the part of the movie I like best. And then when they were making the trades, the scene there, they're trying to reshape the roster, making the trades. That's it for me. But so that's all. I mean, Forrest Gump, don't get me wrong. I mean, scale of 1 to 10, I mean, 6.5. Field of Dreams, 6.5. I don't hate them.
You're going to get zero argument, particularly on Forrest Gump with me. I like Field of Dreams better than I like Forrest Gump. But you're not going to get any argument. I'm not going to sit over here and beat you about the head for saying these are not great movies, because I'm right there with you 100%.
But you and I are sports romantics. And yet, for whatever reason, there are certain sports romantic movies, if you will.
Give me The Rookie.
Wow. Miller and Moulton. We'll talk a little hockey coming up in about 25 minutes. A little basketball at the top of the 8 o'clock hour. We are Miller and Moulton. Thanks for listening on the Michigan and Florida Sports Networks.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled, marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the Chicken Bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today.
Mark, we're playing golf.
Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Go to floridasportsnetwork.com to sign up now.
I'd like to thank Budweiser, Twin Peaks, and Southwest Florida Golf Carts. Got some good stuff there, flgolfcarts.com.
Where are you going to go? floridasportsnetwork.com. Sign up for our tournament, Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Your golf will include your foursome and a chance to have lunch and awards after.
Sign up at floridasportsnetwork.com. David Moulton for Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa Filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa Filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters.
Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost club head speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119. You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
My mother said that her favorite Ray Liotta part was Dominic and Eugene, a sweet little movie. Ray was Eugene.
Okay.
All right.
Huh. Cape Coral woman was arrested and is facing charges after school faculty. She was going to attend her child's graduation with a fake bomb strapped to her due to her child being unable to graduate because of disciplinary reasons. Gee, I wonder where he gets that
really.
from. You know, I had a guy crashing in a Publix because he was on meth. I got a winner. You've taken over. I got to tell you, cute that this kid's got his mom caddying for him, but the fact that you're doing an article on NBC-2 about a FTCU golfer getting to sectionals in the U.S. Open, it's like, come on, dude. We send guys to sectional out of this market every year.
I think hardwood might be done today, tomorrow, something like that. Warren, I don't know if I've ever watched a movie and felt more inadequate than watching Saving Private Ryan. For love of the game.
Almost.
Michigan and Florida. One state is home, and the other is where you call home for tax purposes. Now back to Miller and Moulton.
There you go. I was waiting for that one all week. All week I was waiting for that one. I thought that was a pretty good one.
I played it yesterday.
Well, I missed it. I'm only a co-host on the show. I mean, you know, I don't have to pay attention the whole time, do I?
No.
Miller and Moulton, thanks so much for listening, both the Florida and Michigan sports networks. This either our last show on the Michigan Sports Network or they're running our best of on Monday. Not sure. Many emails. They all kind of blur together. But
All right. That is something that I have trouble with.
emails?
Can't someone, the email chain, Because you got some people responding to some emails, you get some people responding, and all of a sudden you get 22 emails on a chain, and I have no idea what's going on. At some point, can't we just hit compose new and start over?
Yes.
Yes.
For Love of the Game, by the way, was the Costner movie, the late Kelly Preston, Travolta's wife. All right, that's a Costner movie that I like. You know, it's got the romance part of it. It's got the baseball part of it. You know, I mean, he's showing a perfect game, Mark, at Yankee Stadium. As Vince Scully said, the cathedral of baseball. Plus, it was the original Yankee Stadium. I mean, to show a little bias here. I mean, movie was filmed, I think, like 99 or 2000, something like that. So, I mean, it's still the ballpark in the Bronx. Which, as Jeter said in 2003 when they were trailing to the Red Sox and one of his teammates was panicking next to him, he said, "Relax, this place has ghosts."
Such a great line, period, let alone in the middle of a big, important game to
Right.
be able to just say it with the calmness
Relax.
and the swagger that Derek Jeter just delivers it,
Right.
you know.
We're the Yankees. We're in the Bronx. It's going to end fine. You're new here, aren't you? I can tell you how this ends, especially at that point in time. My goodness, that was in his first 8 years in the majors when it seemingly always ended that way. But Miller and Moulton on this Friday, heading into Memorial Day weekend.
And that's our first marker for the baseball season for David and I. We went through it a little earlier this week of taking a look at this spot in the standings, Memorial Day weekend, because it's a pretty good precursor to how the year's going to end.
We're over a quarter of the way into the season. Don't know if we're going to quite get by the end of Memorial Day. For some, we'll be at about the 30% poll. And I think by now we know who's good, who's not, and what teams have potential but have holes that they need to fill. This is something about not just baseball, Mark, but most sports. I don't understand why trades aren't made sooner. Well, you know, they know they're going to need this and they're going to need this. It's something they're going to have to get near the deadline. Well, why not get it now? Why do I need to play 50, 60 more games with a hole in my bullpen and I need another right-handed bat? Why don't I get that now?
I'll agree with you with every sport with the exception of football, because you can string together a 4-game win streak in football in October and all of a sudden find yourselves right back in it. But if you're looking for help right now in the game of baseball, if you're a good team and you think Baltimore, Detroit, Cleveland, Kansas City, Oakland, Seattle, I mean, that's just the American League teams that are out of it right now. They're done.
Clearly. Now, if we go back and we name them, Baltimore, they've got a couple of veteran players who, when they think they're going to be good, which is 24, 25, when they think that the system and everything meet, that they've got a couple of guys, Trey Mancini for one, that you could probably go and take off their hands now. I don't know if Detroit would unload anybody. You know what I mean? They're just woefully underachieving. They thought they had put a pretty good team together. That could, at least a competitive team right around 500 this year, that was going to get better as a group for next year. Especially when Cabrera, I think, finally comes off the books and they've got even more to deal with.
But they picked up Baez, and that's someone they could conceivably move if the right team wanted for prospects, because they're still trying to build.
And the lefty stick they got from the Rays right before the season started. They've got young pitching that showed signs last year. They've got more young guys coming up.
Maybe they wouldn't. But our point is simply, why not work the phones
now
in May, June, as opposed to July?
Right. The other thing is that Baltimore's got a few pitchers. They've got some that they think will be part of their 2024, 2025 nucleus, but they have some that they're just getting some innings from now, whether in the bullpen or the starters. Those are the guys that, to me, you go get now. And don't tell me you have to pay more to get them now than you do after the All-Star break and the trade deadline. I mean, that's always seemingly been when the price is highest. we do this, today was the day when deal. We talked the other day at the Buckner for Eckersley trade. Now, the trade deadline then was June 15th. So there were more deals in late May and early June. But, I'd rather have a guy for 110 games than 75.
Well, and there's just so much disparity in baseball right now that it makes sense if you're the Phillies, if you're the Braves, if you're the Red Sox, these teams that are hovering that think they're playoff teams, but obviously have some holes that have been discovered in the first couple months of the season, that they may want to go out and do something.
If you're the Marlins, come on. If you're serious about winning this year, you need another bat. You do. You need another bat. If you're serious about trying to sneak in as a wild card this year, you need another bat. You need it now. Don't go play another 30, 40, 50 games of coming up one run short. Go get the bat now. Otherwise, you're telling me we're not really serious about 2022. We put together a team we thought could compete. Turns out they're not quite good enough. We're okay with that. See you next year.
And that is seemingly the mentality of the middle of the pack of baseball, because you and I are the only ones advocating this.
Like the team I follow is the Mets. They happen to be in first, have a good lead, all that. They got a lot of injuries right now. You could see where the next 4 or 5 weeks could be really rough. And instead of, we're just going to hang out, see if we can play 500 and, weather the storm. Come on now. Spending $280 million. Why not spend $290? Go get an arm here. You clearly need one. You might need 3. Go get one. I don't understand, but that's me. I'm impatient. I'm very patient about some things, very impatient about others. I just think when you have a chance to win, I'd rather you be aggressive and have it not work out than to be inactive and have it not work out.
And so would most fan bases. Fan bases aren't patient. They want to see the moves happen. They'd like to see their general manager try, as opposed to, here's what we have, let's see if it works.
The Saints are just getting ripped by so many people. They getting ripped by the paying customers in New Orleans for how they've done business the last 5 years? No, they're trying. They're trying to win. You know why? It's hard.
Whereas you look at the Falcons in that division, who ended up getting rid of Ryan, but before that, we all knew what they needed, and they wouldn't go get it.
Nope. Listen, I don't know if the Dolphins have put a playoff team together. I applaud their offseason. I do. They're being aggressive. We got Buffalo in our division. We're in the tougher of the two conferences right now. We needed to get better. We're making bold moves. We're trying to get impact players to make a difference. And if they got it right at quarterback, they're probably going to look pretty good. And if they got it wrong at quarterback, they'll probably be middle of the pack, which is pretty much how the whole damn league works.
Especially if you don't have it right at quarterback.
Miller and Moulton. All right, you want to talk some sports? It's what we're supposed to be doing. Pat Micheletti. Talk a little hockey. Next.
Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost clubhead speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the gator, the Cuban, the chicken bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today.
David Moulton for Napa, Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts, or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. flgolfcarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com. flgolfcarts.com.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Yeah, I will say a lot of people talking about Something About the Curve, which is in the last 5 years, is a really good baseball movie.
Trouble with a Curve. Trouble with a Curve came out. It was called Trouble with a Curve, and I think it came out like 7 years ago. Justin Timberlake and Amy Adams.
It's 10 years old.
10 years old. I think it's 80. Amy Adams that's in it. I know Clint Eastwood's in it.
Big Amy Adams fan.
She's great.
Yeah. A wide variety of roles.
And she was a pretty perfect Lois Lane.
Rutgers football and men's basketball will be broadcast on WFAN and WCBS starting this fall.
That's big. They've never been on.
I know.
OKW, it's the same reason why there's a NL and ALCS MVP. Yada yada.
Yes, Guillermo, it has been a hell of a week.
Florida and Michigan. One got to play Ohio State for the 2006 national title. The other is still sore about it. Now back to Miller and Moulton.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Miller and Moulton on both the Michigan and Florida sports networks. Thanks so much for being with us. Pat Micheletti scheduled to join us here momentarily to talk a little hockey. Keith Smith to talk a little NBA. Heat trying to come back from 3-2 down. This is a pretty good stat when you think of it. I mean, usually teams that win game 5 in both hockey and basketball, it's around, 80% that they go on to win the series? The Heat have been down 3-2 9 times previously. They've won 4 of those series. So
I'm just guessing they were a little healthier for those 4 series than they are right now. It's a banged up roster, and that makes it even more difficult for the Heat.
Pat Micheletti, hockey analyst for the Minnesota Wild, also K-fan in the Twin Cities and works for the Big Ten Network as well. You can follow him on Twitter at PatMick2626. Pat, it's David and Mark. Thanks for doing this, particularly at this hour. How are you?
I'm fine, guys. Good to be back with you.
All right. A superstar playing like a superstar to win the Battle of Alberta. Boy, is this great for hockey, isn't it, Pat?
You know, I commented, I think it was after game 2, something like that. I said, this player should be on national television at a minimum 40 times a year. I mean, he's just incredible. And then to go out and do it and will his team to a series victory last night, it's incredible.
Pat, you know, I know he's still playing and still going on, but I'm watching this, and I've not seen anybody play this well since a guy named Lemieux. Am I off base with that, Pat?
Not at all. I mean, not at all. I mean, he's first of all, he's the best player in the game, and with all due respect to all the other great stars in this league, he's just taken it to a completely a level that we haven't seen before, and you see him, and it's not like he's not doing, he's doing more than scoring, right? I mean, he's getting his nose in there, and he'll take on anybody, and it's just a treat to watch every time he plays.
We're talking about Connor McDavid of the Edmonton Oilers, who has now, 24 points in 11 playoff games. And last night was the first playoff game in his last 8 in which he did not have multiple points. And we're talking with Pat Micheletti. Pat, I heard somebody who is a hockey guy say something that you don't think you're ever going to hear. It's like when somebody says that so-and-so is a better basketball player than Michael Jordan, and they mean it. But I heard someone on NHL Network Radio say, this is the best hockey player of all time. He's better than Gretzky. He's better than Lemieux. He's better than Crosby. No one has been able to do with skating and skill what Connor McDavid can do. And he wasn't willing to take anyone who disagreed with him an inch. He just thought this was a matter of fact. Is it?
Well, here's the problem that I have when we start comparing the greatest athletes in the world. You got to look at the era that they're playing in. Now, if you were to take a Connor McDavid today with what he is doing and put him in that era, he would have probably had triple the points that Gretzky or Lemieux or all those guys had. Just because of how the way that these guys train. I mean, look at the guys are bigger, they're faster, they're they probably have a little bit more skill in that era where Gretzky played, or Gordie Howe, going back even further, or all of the great ones. They were all the greatest in their era, and so I have a difficult time saying, Right now, yeah, we should say that because he's completely off the charts compared to anybody else, and so I can see the argument. There's no question, but I also have to look at the era that different players played in.
Pat, Colorado and St. Louis. I mean, as we're sitting here talking about McDavid, McKinnon's goal the other night is as pretty of a goal as you'll ever see. The end-to-end rush. I mean, the speed that he possesses.
Guy, right?
Exactly. It's Pat, it's scary just how good the game is right now. But Colorado specifically, 3-0, 4-3 late. They let that get away. This game tonight for Jared Bednar is about as important as life gets for the Colorado Avalanche because they do not want to see this go to 7.
I'm gonna take you guys back to when I was last on with you, and I gave you my prediction who is going to be in the Stanley Cup Finals. I still have one team available, right? I picked the Florida Panthers and the St. Louis Blues to meet in the Stanley Cup Final. I will tell you this: that was a complete. What phrase do I use? Choke job by the Colorado Avalanche, and now, which I think tonight's going to be a harder game for St. Louis than Game 7 will be. But if St. Louis wins tonight and forces a Game 7, they will win the series. I just think that they have the momentum going for them right now, and they're very. This is a team that doesn't care where they play. Go back to 2019, where in January 1st, they were the worst team in the league, had to win 3 series on the road. In fact, Game 7 to win the Stanley Cup Final in Boston. So nothing phases them. They are very, very well coached, and you saw they don't quit. So a lot of pressure on Colorado tonight.
Well, and to back up your point, Pat, as you know, in your backyard, the Wild were one of the, if not the best home team this year, and St. Louis won two of the 3 in that playoff series, and they're now 2-1 against the Avs, which also they were one of the 5 best home teams in the league as well. So you're right. I mean, you're saying winner of Game 6 wins the series, and don't know if you'll be too far off, although the hockey fan in many of us would love to see a Nathan McKinnon, Connor McDavid-led Western Conference Finals. Do you think either of the teams still competing in the East have something for the Lightning, or are the Rangers and the Canes essentially playing the JV tournament?
I think here's what I think. I think the Canes are, or I'll put it this way. I think the Rangers are a year behind the Canes. Now, I think if the Rangers played the Lightning and you had Vasilevsky versus Shesterkin, I think it would be an incredible series. I think the Canes would have a better chance. I think the Canes are just a little bit better than the Rangers are right now. But the way Vasilevsky is playing is completely insane. If you want to talk about goaltenders, we may put him in that category of being the best goaltender ever to play the game. And there are a lot of great ones out there, but Tampa has something that they have this moxie to them where they just know how to get things done. They don't get rattled. They can win on the road. And pressure to them, it doesn't seem to affect them. I really thought Florida would have, I thought Florida was the better team this year. But you can be the better team in the regular season, but when it comes playoff time, and I tell people this all the time, you have to learn how to win. You have to learn how to handle yourself. I had a long talk with Mike Modano about, going through the grind of a Stanley Cup playoffs and how to handle yourself off the ice, once you get to the rink, and just dealing with everything. And it was really, really fascinating and how he did it and how guys do it. And it's something that you really have to learn and get experience doing.
Pat, doesn't John Cooper deserve a lot more credit than he's getting? Because we all talk about Hedman and Kucherov and Stamkos and obviously Vasilevsky, but there's got to be someone piloting this ship. And just looking at that Florida series, they were out-coached in that series, and it was pretty apparent to me. And I sometimes think Cooper doesn't get the credit he deserves for this.
Oh, I could not agree with you more. I mean, and whether it be just a little subtle change or, just picking something up, and he's got great assistants too. But yeah, listen, when you've won 2 in a row and you're going for your third and you don't panic and you're sending the right message to your team, and a lot of it is all about the messaging that you send to your team, and players pick up on that. There's no question. And if you see a coach that's calm and knows what to do, it really makes a big difference. And he's done a terrific job.
Pat Micheletti, analyst for the Minnesota Wild, also K-fan in the Twin Cities, and he does work with the 10 Network as well. You can follow Pat on Twitter at PatMick2626, PatMick2626. Pat, finally, a debate that the two of us have been having, well, I guess since it was a foregone conclusion that the Lightning were going to win the series against the Panthers, is whether or not the interim coach for Florida should be given the job. He's a finalist for the Coach of the Year award. He did get him out of the first round and made some good in-game decisions and lineup decisions when they trailed in that series. But as Mark said, he and they look completely overmatched in the second round. I would bring him back because I actually thought his criticism of his players was accurate and is needed. All right, your thoughts. If you're running the Panthers, it's a big decision to make in the direction you're going forward. What are you doing?
Well, I have to be honest with you. Bruno is a good friend of mine, and I remember talking to him once when he retired, and he didn't know what part. He wanted to stay in hockey, obviously, but he didn't know what part of it. So he scouted. He sat in the press box and observed from there. He worked in some player personnel. I think he's prepared himself, and I think this season, after everything that happened, he really kept the ship together. And sometimes, and when I look at the playoffs, and you guys see it in really in any sport, it's all about momentum. And they did not react well when the momentum swung to the Tampa Bay Lightning. They couldn't get out of it, and their power play was horrible, as we all know. And what do you need in the playoffs? You need, your specialty teams to be great, and you need your goaltending to be great. Their specialty teams kind of let them down. I think the players love him because, he's a people person. He's a great guy. I think he deserves a crack at it for just getting them to where they got. And no, they didn't go further than they wanted to. But I don't think you upset the apple cart. I think you bring him back and give him another crack at it next season.
Pat, as we said at the beginning, we appreciate you coming on, particularly at this hour. Stay safe. All the best. Maybe we'll talk during the finals.
Sounds great, guys. Anytime. Thanks.
Pat Micheletti covers the Minnesota Wild on TV, K-Fan in Minneapolis, Big 10 Network. Pat Mick2626 is how you follow him on Twitter.
For his sake and for Burnett's sake, I hope that they do what Tampa did.
Which is not panic when Cooper and the Lightning won the President's Trophy 3 years ago and then got swept in the first round.
Find them some more grit and keep things relatively the same.
I got to take a good, long, hard look at Barkov as my captain, though. I mean, he was pretty damn soft until Game 4.
And It's the $1 million question. We don't know. What did they learn from getting swept by Tampa? It wasn't, last year it was a matter of making the playoffs, getting back into the postseason, and they played Tampa hard. This year, they were embarrassed. There's no two ways about it.
I agree with them, though, that they got down and they kind of sulked. And the series was clearly over when they scored that goal with 3 seconds to go in game 2. And whether they went to the strip club or not, their best effort in the series was game 4. I mean, if that's the case, they need to go to Mons Venus more often.
Who doesn't? No truer words have ever been said on this show.
Hello. Miller and Moulton.
And Mons Venus.
And speaking of strip clubs, we'll talk NBA next with Keith Smith here on the Michigan and Florida Sports Networks.
Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost club head speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the Chicken Bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today.
David Moulton for Napa, Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts, or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. flgolfcarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com. flgolfcarts.com.
Mark, we're playing golf.
Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Go to floridasportsnetwork.com to sign up now.
I'd like to thank Budweiser, Twin Peaks, and Southwest Florida Golf Carts. Got some good stuff there, flgolfcarts.com.
Where are you going to go? floridasportsnetwork.com. Sign up for our tournament Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Your golf will include your foursome and a chance to have lunch and awards after.
Sign up at floridasportsnetwork.com.
Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost club head speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119. You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
I was hammered, and they took me to a strip club, and I think it was a bachelor party. I don't know. But anyway, I wanted some nachos, and they were making nachos behind the bar, and I wanted some. And I don't know. There was a disagreement of some kind, and next thing you know, I'm getting escorted out. And my buddies are like, Moulton, what happened? And I'm like out in the parking lot going, I just wanted some nachos. So my buddy Bob just texted me. We were mentioning the strip clubs, and he goes, I was just looking for some nachos.
That's funny.
Now, I think 1, 2, something like that.
Distance.
Mm-hmm. What in the world? Oh my goodness. Oh my God. It's a little league home run. Never had the guts to go into Cafe Risque.
What the
Wow.
hell was that?
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Man,
That's just
that's
awful.
outrageous. Best chicken tenders you've ever had were at Cafe Risque.
I can't.
They
Don't-
take it all off there, don't they?
Don't start talking about chicken tenders right now. I'll order Chick-fil-A right now. You have no idea.
Well, you're okay. You're here for another 2.5 hours.
I mean, I might as well. Or should I get croquetas after? And
Croquetas.
empanadas.
The crab legs are incredible. Come on.
Crab cakes are incredible. I like crab legs though, but crab
He's
cakes.
talking about the crab legs at a strip joint.
I know.
Sorry.
You gotta just
How about the wings at what's that strip club in Atlanta?
I don't eat food at strip clubs.
No, Lou Williams has
Oh,
yeah, that's
Yeah.
right. The wings, right?
Yep. the
He's got like
COVID.
the VIP membership.
Yep. All right, I'll call Keith now.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
On both the Michigan and Florida Sport Networks for this week. This, I guess, our final hour in Detroit, Flint, Grand Rapids, Traverse City, Grayling, Gaylord, and Toledo. And if so, thanks for kind of spending some time with us this week, and have a great holiday weekend.
if we ever do this again, we're going city by city for shows and a hot dog tour in Michigan.
We'll get in an RV, make the drive up I-75. Are we doing this?
We'll fly to Michigan, get the RV there.
Gotcha.
But I like your enthusiasm, David.
Robby McGehee, who was Rookie of the Year in the Indy 500 back in the day, he will join us to talk a little Indy 500 coming up in about 35 minutes' time. Keith Smith, kind enough to join us once again. He of Spot Rack, NBA Front Office, and Celtics blog. You can follow him on Twitter at Keith Smith NBA. Keith Smith NBA. Keith, hope things are well. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you for having me.
All right. Busy time, obviously. Did something change midway through game 3 for the Celtics, or have the Heat just kind of gotten worn out?
I think it's a little bit of both. I think Boston started to figure out some of the ways Miami's defense was attacking their offense. And Generally, that's not really a term we use. We usually say that the offense attacks the defense. But Miami was being very aggressive. They were getting up into the ball handlers, quick hands, trapping, doing everything they can. I think the Celtics started to figure that out a little bit. But there's definitely an attrition factor here as well. I think by the end of especially Game 5, you could see the Heat were only down to a handful of guys who could really move out there. And for some of those guys are pretty banged up. They're questionable if they should even be out there playing or not. But it's the playoffs. It is what it is. And I know Eric Spoelstra doesn't want to use excuses, but we'll give him. We can say it for him. Anybody who's watching can see it.
Well, on the other side of it, I know Butler's banged up, but defensively they kind of changed what they were doing on Jimmy Butler, and it certainly seems smart. Getting healthier in the series has attributed to that too, Keith.
Yeah, absolutely. There's two things. Is one, Marcus Smart allows them another guy that they can kind of put on Butler when they want to switch on him. But they're putting a lot of size on him, too. They're almost treating him like they treated Giannis Antetokounmpo, where it's we're going to play off you. If you want to shoot jumpers, go ahead. If that's the way we lose, we'll tip our cap and move along. Otherwise, we're going to make sure we have size on you when you drive that ball and try to get downhill to the rim. And they started doing that really again in Game 3. Late in that game, they started putting more size on Butler, and then they did that throughout Game 4 and Game 5.
Keith, what changed in this season for the Celtics? We were talking before a little hockey, and the St. Louis Blues 3 years ago on January 1st were the worst team in the league. And 5.5 months later, we're skating around with the cup in Boston. And the Celtics, people forget this was a while ago, but what, 32 games into the season? Weren't they like no better than 500? What's happened?
Yeah, it was almost similar to the story you just said. It was right at the end of 2021. They went into a New Year's Eve game against the Phoenix Suns when the Suns are absolutely just kind of obliterating everyone. And Boston was missing some guys, and they beat the Suns that day. Now, they lost a couple more after that, but pretty quickly on in 2022, they became a dominant team. Now, what they will say to a man is we got healthy. We finally got our guys on the court. And there's definitely truth to that. But I think they finally were fully committed to everything Ime Udoka wanted to do on both ends of the floor. He said, we're going to start it out with the defense. We're going to learn a complicated switching system, and we'll figure out the offense later. And that was true. Their defense was pretty good all year long. Even when their record wasn't great, they were defending. And then once that was really locked in and guys were healthy and they had that continuity and consistency, what you were able to see then was they really started working on the offense. He got Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown to buy into, we got to move the ball. If you move the ball, get other guys involved, it will come back to you. You're our guys. We all know that. And that buy-in has been absolutely massive because that's helped them turn this around.
Well, there's no doubt, because they were a team that were two scorers in the rest, and it looks as if now they're a complete offensive basketball team. I know you harped on the defense, but to me, it's the sharing the ball that's really changed this team around, Keith.
Yeah, it's huge. And the addition of Derek White was big for that too, because White comes out of that Spurs system where it's make a quick decision. They call it 0.5. It's you catch it, and in 0.5 seconds you're going to dribble it, you're going to pass it, or you're going to shoot it. And that's what they needed. They needed one more guy. When they had Dennis Schroeder, it was throw it to Schroeder. He kind of rolls the ball around his hands, surveys the defense, picks something out. His way's not necessarily a bad way. It's just they didn't need another guy who would do that. White's defense is obviously great too, but what he's added to the offense has been big. Going to Peyton Pritchard, another guy who makes quick decisions, can shoot and move the ball, has been big as well. Everybody on the offensive end that they play is somewhere between a pretty good shooter, as long as they stay within their range, or even if they're shaky, then they're a pretty good playmaker and passer.
Keith Smith, Spot Rack, Celtics blog, NBA front office. Follow him on Twitter, Keith Smith NBA, Keith Smith NBA. Did the dynamic in any way, whether it was on the court, whether it was off the court, or both, change between the two young big guns? There's been a lot of talk in the last couple of years, Keith. We asked you, would it ever come a time in which that, they would have to break them up? It seems as if this year they figured it out. Is there a reason why?
Yeah, I hesitate to say things have changed between them relationship wise, because they've always been pretty close. And they've maintained that all along. But I think on the court, what you see is that full buy-in that it's not only do we have to trust each other, we got to trust everybody else too. And that I think has become a little bit different. I think because these guys, in Jaylen Brown's second year, Jason Tatum's rookie year, they pushed the Cavaliers and LeBron James right to the brink. They were up 3-2 in that series, very much like this series here did this year. They were right there, and they couldn't close it. They couldn't get over the hump, and part of it was because those guys were so young. And then the next year went off the rails with Kyrie Irving. That was a mess. But then after that, it started to be, all right, it's going to be these guys, and these other players will come in and support them. And they just kind of lumped everything on them. I think a little bit before they were ready. You don't generally see guys in year 2, 3, 4 be those guys. Now we're talking about two guys that are in, years 4 and 5, or excuse me, 5 and 6, and they are ready for that responsibility. And I think that's what's changed more overall, is they're accepting that responsibility to be the leaders, to be that, but also knowing how to do it, more so than anything's changed between the two of them.
Keith, let's take it from the other side. If the Heat force a Game 7, how do they get that done tonight?
Got to get back to the defense. Got to force the turnovers. Get out and run. Get easy baskets. It's been the story of the series. When they can get out and run, they do okay. If they have to play in the half court, they've struggled. It's been a real challenge for them. And then, of course, I know it's bringing basketball down to its most simple element, but they have to make shots. They missed an awful lot of good looks in the last game. Some of that was by design. Boston knows the guys that they want to shoot it versus the guys they don't. But that's the way. Force those turnovers, defend, get easy baskets, make your other shots, and they'll be able to force a Game 6 or a Game 7.
Warriors and Celtics, I think, finished within 2 games of one another in the regular season. Won a 3 seed out west, won a 2 seed in the East. Warriors are 9-0 at home in the playoffs, but the Celtics are 6-2 on the road. If Boston, who's a considerable favorite tonight, closes out this series, your gut feeling, who would be favored in a Warriors-Celtics final?
Yeah, it's tough. I think if I just use my basketball analysis hat and don't try to think about what the books will do, because a lot of times they'll go with the public teams and that may lean more towards the Warriors. I think it's probably pretty close, but I think it'll be the Warriors just slightly. They have home court advantage. They have somewhat rolled through these playoffs. I know that Dallas pushed them a little towards the end, but it wasn't even, really all that close. So I think it would be the Warriors, maybe just slightly. But I think, if that's the series we get, that's got a chance to be a really, really good one, because I think Boston is uniquely positioned to defend them.
And Keith, as we say goodbye here, it is interesting. Boston is a game away of getting to the finals, having to go through Brooklyn, Milwaukee, and Miami. I know there's no great team in the East this year, but that's about as tough a trio as you could throw at a team, and the Celtics are a game away from pulling this off.
Yeah, and this is also kind of exercising some demons as well for the Celtics, and that's knocked them out last year. They have all that shared linked history because of the big trade that was made that got the Celtics Tatum and Brown. The Bucks with Giannis, I think most people recognize he's the best player in the world right now. And then Miami, they've ended the last 2 real shots the Celtics have had to get to the finals. They really have been a tormentor for Boston. They ended the Kevin Garnett, Paul Pierce, Ray Allen Big 3 era. Then they took them out in the bubble in 2020. So this is a chance to really push past some of those teams and finally break through. It has, some of those great story moments in there as well, beyond just the, playing really good basketball.
Keith, safe travels. Appreciate your work from afar, and hopefully we can talk during the finals.
I appreciate it. Thank you for having me.
Keith Smith, NBA, is how you follow him on Twitter. Keith Smith, kind enough to join us once again. Warriors have gone through the West, losing 4 games? They beat Denver, didn't go 5-6-5, I think, the Warriors so far. But believe it or not, sweep 7, and if they win tonight, Boston will have gone through the East only losing 5 games. So 12-4 versus 12-5 if Boston wins tonight.
And we both think that they will, picking Celtics in 6 before the series started.
8.5-point favorites tonight against a 1 seed.
You lay the points if you think Boston's going to win.
Well,
I mean, this has been horrific as far as trying to take points in middle one of these suckers.
I mean, a 10-point loss, which really wasn't as close as a 10-point loss last night, almost comes across as a close game between the Mavs and the Warriors, the way these playoffs have gone. So we just think Miami doesn't have much left. They need some scoring tonight. I find it interesting that Keith was saying defense. They held Boston in 93 in the loss.
Yeah, they need Hero to be healthy enough to play, and they need him to make shots. Or,
I mean, what have they scored in the last 2 games? 82 and 80? I mean, they got to find a dozen points tonight somewhere. I mean, somebody, if Duncan Robinson has 1 game in him in these playoffs, is it tonight? It's somebody needs to score from Miami.
got to be more than Jimmy Butler, that's for certain.
Hey, Adebayo, $20 million a year. Be nice to show up tonight.
Miller and Moulton, thanks for listening on the Michigan and Florida Sports Networks.
Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost clubhead speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119.
David Moulton for Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa Filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa Filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters.
Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts, or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. flgolfcarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com. flgolfcarts.com.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the chicken bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today. You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
I don't know.
I mean, it's not enough.
Yeah, no kidding.
What happens when he walks out of this place? Although it was funny, I was talking to Pam Jackson. Pam goes, it's not like the old days, because I was like, no one's there. She goes, I'm here every day. And she's wanting to retire, and Holman works from home, has to come in once a week.
Like, there are only 3 salespeople, from what I understand, are Edwards, Holman, and Pam Jackson.
That are left from when.
Well, but they're the only ones that are worth a shit because they just keep cycling through people.
What happened to the guy?
Todd Johnston?
Yes.
He's doing real estate.
Really? Huh.
So, you know, she's just like, I just think they don't care about this cluster anymore now that they're in such big markets, that this is so insignificant to them. Huh. Yeah, I just think this is gravy. Where'd Sasha go?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe a coffee?
No, there was none even made. I just went to check on that. Yeah, Hops, don't be knocking my Saginaw water. Saginaw water is amazing. Amazing. I'm not even joking when I say that. Some of the best bread that I get in the whole world is from Saginaw, and it's because of the water.
And the air's on a little early.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Let's do the poll question. We'll just BS through this and
Yeah, I was going to quickly recap, a couple
okay.
things. Okay,
Do the poll question, and we go back to we had a little sports movie talk in which neither David or I are big fans of Field of Dreams. Yada yada yada.
Can I kick it?
What?
I asked you a question.
Yeah, you got a little Tribe Called Quest going. I got you.
Can I kick it?
Don't get me shut down on Twitch because you're playing music that we can't play.
Love Hops. Do not kick it, Philly.
You just have to say no, you can't, instead of yes, you can.
Oh. The flight, by the way, colder than this.
Oh, I figured it had to be. I mean, because
we worked through this. Right?
This is tolerable, just
right.
cold.
But I mean,
no. When you said I'm
talking like 5 degrees cold.
Are you talking about St. Louis?
I filled out an online survey.
Here we go.
I've done that twice in my life.
Michigan and Florida, connected by tourism and I-75. Now back to Miller and Moulton.
Miller and Moulton, the Michigan and Florida Sports Network's final hour of our week in most of our markets. In fact, I'd say 9 of the 10. This is our final hour. Thanks so much for being with us. We'll talk a little Indy 500. Yes, it's happening this weekend, Sunday afternoon. We'll talk Indy 500 coming up in a little more than 15 minutes' time. Miller and Moulton, what's our poll question?
Which role of Ray Liotta do you like better, Henry Hill or Shoeless Joe Jackson? Right now, it's 70-30 for the mobster.
Ray Liotta passed away yesterday in his sleep, filming a movie in the Dominican Republic. He was 67 years old. If you missed it last night, hockey, Carolina beat the Rangers 3-1. They lead the series 3-2. No road team has won in that series. Edmonton advance to the Western Conference Finals. They beat Calgary 5-4 in overtime. McDavid with the game winner. Draisaitl with 4 assists. Golden State advanced to their 6th final in 8 years. The 6 years they made the playoffs in the last 8 years, they went to the finals. They're 9-0 at home so far. Clay had 32. Golden State won by 10. Yankees beat the Rays to have a 5.5 game lead in the East. Cabrera, the game-winning RBI in the 9th for the Tigers in a 4-3 win over the Guardians. The Reds scored 20 in beating the Cubs. The Red Sox scored 16 in beating the White Sox. The Dodgers scored 14 in beating the Diamondbacks. But the big baseball story last night, 3,203 in Oakland to see them lose to Texas. 3,203. And Michelle Wee is retiring, or as she says, stepping away from the game after next weekend's U.S. Women's Open, which is at Pinehurst, which is where she won her lone major, the U.S. Open, 8 years ago. Remarkable. 5 career wins. You and I both thought.
Be closer to 50 than it would be to 10.
And she is the LPGA logo. I mean, like Jerry West is the NBA logo. The LPGA logo that they have is her young swing. Before the injury started, that was her swing. That was her follow-through. She is their logo. Because naturally they thought, well, she's going to be the tour.
Right, and she's not even going to get to the Hall of Fame because theirs is done on a priority system, right? I mean, don't you have to have points?
No,
she's an eternity away from the LPGA Hall of Fame.
Yes, it's a point system. It's very strict. I mean, Laura Davies is 1 point shy of qualifying for the LPGA Hall of Fame. She's in the World Golf Hall of Fame. She's not in the LPGA Hall of Fame, a strict point system. And if Laura Davies is not in it, by the way, it's too strict of a point system.
100%.
I will just say that. But wins count this and majors and what have you, and she's a point short.
If you're just joining the show, David Moulton made 2 discoveries known during the show. One, that he's not a big Field of Dreams fan.
Yeah, it's okay.
And he's also not a Forrest Gump fan.
It's okay. It's okay. Edge Gump, close.
See, and I would say Edge Field of Dreams.
Close. I like the history part of Gump. I think that's the deciding factor for me. Don't get me wrong. Neither one of them's a 7 on a scale of 1 to 10. I mean, we're debating like 6.5 to 6.3 here, but I know that's very controversial.
All with the passing of Ray Liotta, we have his Shoeless Joe Jackson and Henry Hill roles as which is your favorite up for our poll question today. The mobster Henry Hill winning with nearly 7 in 10 of your votes.
I will say our discussion yesterday kind of carried over in my world. I don't know if sometimes it does in your world. And Felipe, I don't know if it did in yours, but then again, all your friends probably don't listen to the show. I mean, a couple of old guys here, they're not going to listen to us. But the whole, when he abandoned the Heat, because they abandoned him apparently by their performance in Game 5. And for the record, Felipe not wearing any Heat garb today and has referred to them as they and has given up. I mean, it's done. It's over. They've got no chance of winning tonight. So, but when we were talking about, the teams and you just want one more title, which team, if you could get one more and what have you. And I had a lot of people reach out to me last night and say, I need one more from this. I need one more from that. I don't know if that carried over for you or not.
Like I said earlier in the show, that would require people to actually text me. And since that doesn't happen in my life, unless I get one from you, I get a couple texts today. Who's going to be on the show and when my wife's coming home from work?
And I felt badly because I literally was forwarding you the news that Ray Liotta had passed away. All right. And apparently you didn't find out for hours. And I felt badly because I literally, as I'm about to hit send, I go, oh, come on. He knows this. I mean,
Well, and the only reason yesterday I told you, just with the events in Texas, I told David, I said, I'm just going to stay off of my phone. I can't do another couple hours of feeling this way. So I'm just going to put the phone down and leave it in the other room for the majority of yesterday, which had something to do with it.
Fair enough. Should have sent the text. Should have sent it. But I will next time.
I appreciate that.
But, you and I with the mornings, we've talked about getting interrupted by naps. See, for whatever reason on my phone, the texts don't make noise. So a text will not wake me up. But I do know for others that a text,
I don't silent my notifications simply because a lot of the times your morning text, if it comes before, sometimes you'll send that. You send it usually about 4:40 in the morning. My alarm is set for 4:44. There are many a times that I'm probably already awake and I just hear that little buzz and I'm like, ooh, who's on the show today? And that jumps me out of bed with either a lot of pleasure or go, what the hell did Moulton do yesterday?
Go to floridasportsnetwork.com if you want to vote in our poll question. Which Ray Liotta role did you like more? His role in Field of Dreams or his role in Goodfellas?
If I were to put up a secondary question today, just because we have the Indy 500 guests coming up and it's Indy 500 weekend, F1 Miami 500, Daytona 500, which would you go to first?
Indy.
F1.
Is it because it's Miami?
No.
And that's your home?
No. Because the F1 experience is, how do I put it?
The Indy
feels more, okay. The Indy, it's more American. This feels more grand on an international scale.
I want to go to Indy just to see all those people.
I guess I just have a problem with once the race starts at Formula One, I feel like I could go home. I'm telling you, it's not racing, it's driving. There's very little passing. Once you get the first lap done, the sucker's over on 80+% of the time. That's speaking of F1 though. Did you see the quote from ESPN yesterday?
I did not.
Some head programming guy was asked about NASCAR and their rights are coming up in a couple years. And he said, well, listen, with any property, we kick the tires, yada, yada. But he said, going to tell you right now, I mean, we'll run NASCAR, but we ain't going to put it ahead of Formula One. He said, Formula One, if we have any say about it, will be our number one racing property for the foreseeable future.
Let me ask you something, because you said you feel like once the race starts, it's over in F1. Then how do you feel about Daytona? It's a loop.
Yeah, but there's passing constantly.
There's
Are you kidding me?
Are you kidding?
Are you actually saying that as a complete sentence and thinking that's real? There's passing there isn't a NASCAR race?
25 lead changes in the Daytona 500. It's 200 laps.
And there's going to be 2 crashes.
Also, I hate honestly, road course racing to me is boring. I'm sorry. So that's another thing I have against a lot of Formula One. It's all road course. I hate road course racing.
You don't like the precise movements and
once again, it's about the car.
The timely brakes.
No, once again, it's about the car. All right. I'm not into cars like that. That's all. It's my bias. I could be wrong. Listen,
and we both want to go to an F1 event.
Totally. I wanted to go to the F1 race in Miami.
They just put it on Mother's Day weekend on you.
Right. But listen, they're doing pretty well without Moulton. I mean, the circuit's surviving just fine without me. Miller and Moulton. Well, let's talk Indy 500. They're surviving pretty well with us. Next.
Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost club head speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119.
Mark, we're playing golf.
Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Go to floridasportsnetwork.com to sign up now.
I'd like to thank Budweiser, Twin Peaks, and Southwest Florida Golf Carts. Got some good stuff there, flgolfcarts.com.
Where are you going to go? floridasportsnetwork.com. Sign up for our tournament, Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Your golf will include your foursome and a chance to have lunch and awards after.
Sign up at floridasportsnetwork.com. David Moulton for Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa Filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa Filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, Or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the Chicken Bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today. You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Tennessee's getting assassinated. They have this great article on Pro Bible. They're selling one of the smoke gray helmets, auctioning it off, and it's got what it was used for. First ever gray helmet, Tennessee history, blah, 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 blah. Over the course of 3 seasons, these helmets made headlines, garnering National Helmet of the Year including the 2016 home victory over Florida and the Music City Bowl triumph over Nebraska. It's like, wow. Things are getting rough in Vol Land when you're quoting Music City Bowls as big wins.
Yeah, really.
IndyCar trying to be F1 light. See, I kind of thought that F1 was IndyCar light. Or do I have that mixed up? Trenton says he hates how IndyCar tries to be like F1 light, but I kind of always saw it the other way around, that F1 was like IndyCar light. Or do I have that mixed up?
You have it completely mixed up.
I do have it completely mixed up.
Indy for the longest time, what he's talking about, what we were just talking about here, is Indy for the longest time didn't do road courses, hardly any. Indy races were just like NASCAR races, always on ovals.
But just faster.
Well, much faster because they don't break.
Right, much faster.
And then they've switched to far more road courses. And David just said that they've realized that was a mistake.
Because Indy cars are faster than F1 cars.
I don't believe so.
That's why I had it mixed up, because I thought that they were. Speaking of smoking, did Mark decide to get an electric smoker?
No. Drutharian, I'm just trying to get to the next paycheck right now. There's no extra buying of anything in my world.
F1 cars are cool too. Like, they are so sick. Don't get me wrong. When I was little, I used to like NASCAR, actually. And NASCAR is cool.
Was that last week?
What? When I was little?
Yeah.
No, when I was like 8.
Oh.
I used to like NASCAR. I thought Jimmy Johnson was like the greatest. And Jeff Gordon was
Told you, I
good.
need one of you to sell a house.
Oh,
Let me list it. That's what I need. Don't any of you want to move out of Southwest Florida? Max out in your house? Go to Lake City?
or upgrade.
Now, Dre, when you say Pat Bev shirt, are you talking about the one that he's wearing right now on Get Up, or a Pat Beverly shirt? Because the one that he's wearing right now is
Lake City, Hops.
I might need it because of how cold it is in the studio.
You've got 4 layers on over there.
No, I only have 1 layer on under this. And I'm going to the Keys after, so it's not even sleeves.
Where you going?
To Isla Morada.
If you'd have just said the Keys, I'd have walked out this door to come over there and have slapped you upside the head.
I said the Keys.
I know you were. I know. I said you're going to the Keys. Where are you going? And you went the key, and you stopped yourself.
Oh.
I'm aware of what the Keys are.
Where are you going? The Keys. Yeah,
You came
where?
so close. You went the
Keys.
Isla Morada.
The Keys.
I just told you, bro.
Napa's everywhere, Hops. Don't kid yourself.
I see
Why
more
not type
Napas
this
now
guy's name?
because of the show. I'm like, look, there's a Napa. Oh, another one Napa.
There's a Napa. Not just a nap, but a Napa.
Use both. What? Hey, you know, I am wearing the garb of something that I can technically, according to your standards, consider we. So.
Michigan and Florida, where, let's face it, if it wasn't for Tom Brady, there would be 4 bad NFL teams between them. Now back to Miller and Moulton.
It's a cold, hard reality. It's harsh, but it's true. Miller and Moulton, thanks so much for being with us on both the Michigan and Florida sports networks. And we thank those in Detroit, Flint, Grand Rapids, Traverse City, Grayling, Gaylord, and Toledo for putting up with us this week. And we appreciate some of the comments. Thanks so much. There could be a best of show on the Michigan Sports Network on Monday. I telling you, I thought I saw that email. So maybe you'll get just a little bit more of us and not just from the past week. But
I hope so.
There you have it.
Hey, more Miller, at least that's our
Well,
philosophy.
not if you talk to our wives. Hello.
It's a dadgum good point there.
It really is.
I mean, it really is.
They're talking a sellout, by the way. I mean, it might be a walk-up sellout, but they're talking a sellout for the Indy 500. I mean, that's over 300,000, just so you know. They haven't had a sellout since the 100th 6 years ago. Robby McGehee raced in the Indy 500. He was Rookie of the Year in the race back in 99. You can follow Robby on Twitter, Robby IRL5, Robby IRL5. Robby, it's David and Mark. Thanks for your time. How are you?
Hey, guys. How are you? Thanks for having me.
Well, it's our pleasure. Can you tell us what that's like? What is it like in that 30 minutes of your life when you were getting in that car and you are about to start and run in the Indy 500? What is that like?
Well, you guys got me goosebumps just thinking about it. It was a childhood dream of mine. I've been watching the Indianapolis 500 every Sunday before Memorial Day since I've been 5 or 6 years old. And, I raced for 10, 15 years before I got to the 500, but it was like a whole new world opened up. First time on the track, I was in the tour bus looking at it thinking, holy cow, this is crazy. That was a month before I was going to go to rookie training or rookie orientation. And then there's just really no description sitting on the grid before the race, all the way, things go back to normal after turn one. And there's, between the, all the fanfare around, which again which is traditionally my favorite part of Indy. I heard they weren't doing the balloons this year. That's kind of a bummer. But the whole back home again, Indiana, balloons into the car. It's not like being on this world until after turn one of the green flag. So I wish I could describe it better other than, that's what I got.
And then after turn one, does it sink back into being normal to you? I mean, obviously for none of us, we can't even imagine doing 220 miles an hour, but after you get through turn one in the fanfare, how hard is it to flip the switch from what you were experiencing to your job that you have at hand?
I mean, it's back to the office is all I can call it. A lot of tracks, you're back to the office when the visor goes down and the engines start. At Indy, the 3 wide start, especially if you're at the back, there's nothing like starting at the back of the field at Indy 3 wide. I mean, you can't even see, you can't even breathe. Because all the fumes and you're driving a car that you've never driven before because of all the turbulence in the air. It's a first. Right after turn one, you're back at the office. All right, guys, let's go figure out how we can win this race. It's a long one. So one of the things that I believe I've always been pretty good with is patience on starts and not trying to win the race in turn one. So I've usually been fortunate enough to drive a lot of the laps of the races that I was there. but yeah, just back to normal after after turn one, because you're not, well, you have to be, because you're going 210, 220, 230. And if you don't get your stuff together, you're going to be problematic. And I think you see that with some rookies at Indy, just trying to go out and go nuts and carrying the fanfare into the car with them. And it's probably not healthy or good from that standpoint, because it's just overwhelming.
Robby McGehee, Rookie of the Year in the race back in '99. You can follow him on Twitter, Robby IRL5, Robby with a Y, IRL5. Difficult track, routine track, easy track. How did you find Indy?
Indy is a living track, I think is the best way to put it. And I'll second that with difficult track. I would say some of the easier tracks that you wouldn't stress too much about, at least I wouldn't, that I was comfortable on, were the 1.5 mile high bank ovals, because you're just, you're flat as a driver. Your job's not that hard, other than try to figure out how much downforce you can help take out of the car and how much you can live with. Indy is a completely different scenario. Indy is a different track every day you race it. It's a different track every corner. If the wind shifts between turns one and turns two, and you're in qualifying trim where you're right on the edge, and you catch a little on the front wing that just offsets the balance of the car, it puts you in a really bad situation. Even if the wind doesn't change, turn one and turn three are two very different turns that you're going into at 230 or 240. It's the fastest you go before at the end of the straightaways before you make the turn. And then there were years where turns 2 and turns 4 were just follow-ups and they were easy. But then there's been times where where something sneaks up on you in turns 2 and 4, which should be easier because you're going slower. You've scrubbed the speed from the straightaway going through 1 and 3. But there's nothing about this track is easy. If there's those of us that have hit the wall, and there's those of us that will hit the wall at some point, and it's not pleasant. But it is a challenging track. There's really no bank helping you, and the wind is just key. And then the sun, like if the sun is not shining on the temperature of the track, if the sun's shining on turn 1, it's going to be different than if the sun is not shining on turn 1. Not to mention the thousands of different sight pictures you have as a driver going into these, the biggest one of which they switch. You drive around the track for a month seeing these gray grandstands, and you may not consciously think it, but your brain sees the gray all the way around. And then all of a sudden you show up on race day and it's a completely different sight picture. So it is without a doubt probably the most challenging, the most consequential, punishing track out there. But boy, if your car's good and it feels right, it feels like magic.
Mark,
the car's not good.
I'm sorry, Robby. I was just going to give a quick weather update. They're calling for sunny and low 80s for the 500.
Well, and Robby, listening to you talk about this, talk to me about the communication between you and your spotter and how much work has to go into communicating some of the things on the track. Because you just went through about 10 different things that when you're going 230 miles an hour don't seem like would help you race. It just seems, it was mind-boggling to me listening to you talk about all the things that could go wrong. So where's your help coming from during the race other than your skill?
Well, I'll tell you, the race is a little bit different than the qualifying. If you ask me if I'd rather race or qualify, which one I'd rather make the easy one, I'd rather it be qualifying, because qualifying is probably the most challenging. You're in a trimmed out car that is not fun to drive, doesn't have grip because grip slows you down, and you're on the track by yourself, and you talk about the pressure. That's it. In race trim, you set up a car that you can drive where any of those factors that I just mentioned would matter less. So it's qualifying that's really there's 2 races at Indy. There's qualifying. You have to race to get into the race, or if you're over 30, if there's more than 33 cars, that's a huge race, and that's really the most important race, and that's the one you focus on all of May. If you're not fast enough, once you're fast enough, then you can focus on getting the race car set up. But the race car you can pile downforce in, and you should, to some extent, to where all of those factors that I just mentioned are much less important during the race than they are during qualifying. So qualifying, you got a lot of time to think about it. You got a lot of time to practice. Your spotter, obviously the spotter is important, helping you more so with cars. And then sometimes, you may go in and there's a gust of wind after you already turned in and you don't have anything to give you advance. You just, get a little wiggle, and hopefully it's a little wiggle and not a big one. If the nose pins, or if you get a tailwind and it starts pushing you up into the wall, which is a much easier scenario to deal with than the first one where, going loose. So yeah, it's a lot of quick thinking. When your brain's, when your brain is accustomed to moving at that speed, it doesn't feel like it's fast. Just like when an MLB player sees a 100 mile an hour ball coming, they can see the stitches on it. I can't. If I looked at a million of them, I probably could. Same thing with racing. Your brain has a way of slowing things down to be able to deal with all the individual situations.
Is there a moment where you actually get to enjoy the race, or is the concentration level so high? Like, do you hear the crowd? Because for a split second, obviously it could be disaster. I'm just wondering, is it all a concentration blur and you get out of the car at the end and go, what just happened? I mean, what's it like to do a lap? Is there at any point that you can enjoy the lap?
I mean, that's a tough one. Yeah. I mean, you enjoy it. It's your passion, but you just said concentration blur, and I've never really heard it put like that, but I think that's really it. Cause it's one of those things you get out and you're done, you're finished, you're happy. And it's like, you just got to really rethink and what the heck just happened. When I mentioned all of that activity, that your brain slows down and you're processing all this stuff, that uses 100% of your mental capacity, if not more. So there's really not a whole lot of time to sit and enjoy it. When the checkered flag comes out, you have the enjoyment. Wow, that's over. Awesome. I made it. And of course, the whole thing is enjoyable, but you don't really know you're enjoying it. At least I didn't when I was driving, because, I was given everything I had, mentally more than physically into this race, and physically, but it is just a mental drain. But when you're done, it feels great. Even just finishing that race is a challenge. I've had a few that I didn't.
Finally, Scott Dixon captured the pole for the fifth time, second consecutive year, I believe, at over 234 miles an hour. You got a race team or a car you like?
Well, I mean, you never can discount the Ganassi cars or the Penske cars or the Andretti cars. I never thought I would do it, but when Helio won last year, I mean, I was screaming. I was looking at my TV and just jumping and screaming, because what a good man, and how cool to see him win again in equipment that's not one of those three. Scott Dixon, I mean, I think his nickname has been Iceman, because he's just good. He just keeps doing, and he doesn't seem to be losing anything with age. So any of those, you put a young kid in one of those Ganassi cars, I would say that could be a very obvious winner. Connor Daly's a buddy of mine. I would love to see him win. I love that story. I don't really, when I'm on the other side of it, I just enjoy it, and still kind of, I'm far enough on the other side of it where I'm like, wow, I did that. That was cool. There was a time right after where I was like, I should still be doing that. But then, I'm way past that now, and I'm sitting there with my 13-year-old kids saying, and they're like, Dad, you really did that? Like, yeah, I did. I really don't believe it either. So
Hey, Robby, thanks for making time for us. We really appreciate this. Enjoy the race with your family, and hopefully we can do this again.
Would love to. Huge pleasure to be on. Thanks, gentlemen.
Robby McGehee, Rookie of the Year in the race back in '99. Robby IRL 5. That's Robby with a Y. IRL 5 is how you can follow him on Twitter. Phil Simms made a comment a few years removed from the game. He was up in the booth, and he said the game was moving at a speed in which I had to say to myself, you really played this game?
I was talking to a buddy yesterday, and him, a hockey guy, and in talking about Draisaitl and McDavid, and he played at a decently high level, not all the way up. And he's like, I always thought I could play at that level. When I watch this, I can't do that. I don't even know how I could come close before. So
it is fun to hear the athlete and hear him talk. I just love to hear him talking about the beginning of the race. And most races, the visor goes down. It's business as usual. But at Indy, it's until you get into turn one and going 3 wide at 220 miles an hour down that straightaway, David. I don't know how you could not be paying attention to anything but that.
Jimmy Johnson qualified 12th. I think he's on the outside of row 4. I would love to see him be in the mix. I would love to see him have a good, long run. I think it'd be great for him, but I also think it'd be good for the race, be good for the sport. I mean, 7-time Cup champion, doesn't do Cup anymore, but, it's a couple times now he's done this. I think it'd be cool, for lack of a better word.
I think it would be cool, and I think it would be good for the sport, but not ultimately. Good for people who don't care about Indy, but then there's that. So this guy doesn't race in this league, and we just put him in a car and he can compete.
But world-class driver, obviously. Tony.
We don't think of NASCAR drivers as world-class drivers.
Which is interesting, because Mario, won the Daytona. AJ Foyt, went over to Daytona and all that. But so Sunday afternoon, weather's going to be great. 0% chance of rain. 0. For those of the Michigan Sports Network, hope you've enjoyed the week. Have a great holiday weekend. Thanks so much for listening. Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network. David Moulton for Napa, Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa Filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa Filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters. Mark, we're playing golf.
Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Go to floridasportsnetwork.com to sign up now.
I'd like to thank Budweiser, Twin Peaks, and Southwest Florida Golf Carts. I got some good stuff there, flgolfcarts.com.
Where are you going to go? floridasportsnetwork.com. Sign up for our tournament, Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Your golf will include your foursome and a chance to have lunch and awards after.
Sign up at floridasportsnetwork.com.
Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost club head speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119.
Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts, or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. flgolfcarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com. flgolfcarts.com.
Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost club head speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the Chicken Bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Oh, my God. gracious. People in our neighborhood. Oh, so the new AGM of the Steelers was Eve's quarterback. Or I guess what not that whoever got hired the number 2 executives. Andy Weddle or whatever his name is. Anyhow. Yeah, the AGM. He was Eve's starting quarterback when she was in high school.
That's cool.
You got to see this tweet, David. This is worth looking at. This Reddit tweet. This girl giving the horns down. Sources. Did you see that?
No.
The sources. Texas drafting letter to NCAA softball officials to enable 15-yard penalties.
Nice. Really, CBW with no other cars on the track? Not to me. I know racing against the clock and all that, but now I agree with you there, CBW, when haven't had a lot of that lately.
Is Pat in town?
Yeah, he's flying. It's why he's not on the show today. He's flying right now.
Oh, on his way down for the games?
Mm-hmm. I know. CBW, that goes back to, we loved Q School. We thought one of the best sporting events in the world was when you're out there playing 5 rounds. It was 6 rounds for your card. We thought.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the bonus hour on this Friday before Memorial Day weekend. Hope your week has gone okay. Been a tough week for most of us for the obvious reason. Miller and Moulton here on the Florida Sports Network. Later today is apparently when the players' names are being released for the LIV golf event in London, which starts Thursday, June 9th, which is 2 weeks yesterday. The list is coming out. Should be out by lunch, if not sooner.
Right.
If not, maybe even now because of the time difference.
It's not yet, because I literally spent the majority of that break scanning Twitter, because they are golf media is going bat blank crazy right now.
Yes.
Because you're going to hear a lot of this today. So-and-so did not talk to the media after the Charles Schwab challenge today. So-and-so did not talk to the media.
Right. Right. I mean, one of those that's been whispered about recently is Patrick Reed. He's tied for the lead. Kevin Nas has shot off the lead. Kevin Nas' caddy, I think, had this LIV Tour logo. I think he was wearing it in the PGA Championship.
All right. I probably should have asked to say this during the break before, but is there any chance that if the PGA Tour is serious about kicking these guys off, that they do it mid-round of this thing?
I don't think so.
I don't either, but
I think they do it Monday. Well, Tuesday because of the holiday. But no, actually might have to do it Monday because you want to make sure that they don't travel to the next event if that's what they were planning to, because isn't next week the Memorial? I think
or is
it
it
is.
the following? Because they've changed that a couple of times, David.
Well, because I think they have the Memorial 2 weeks before the U.S. Open. The other thing is, I know the LPGA Tour wasn't crazy. The Memorial's up against their U.S. Open. And they're not crazy about that, but the PGA Tour is like, yeah, we're not going to put the Memorial the week before a major. We're going to put it 2 weeks before a major. More people will play in it.
Yeah, you're right. The Memorial is next week, and then the Canadian Open's the following, because that's the crossover tournament from this LIV event before the U.S. Open.
Speaking of golf tournaments, 2 weeks tomorrow. How about that? Smooth. Thank you.
That's a pro right there, everybody.
Miller and Moulton golf event at West Bay in Estero. If you haven't signed up yet and you're planning on playing, if you could do so this holiday weekend, it would help us out in many ways. FloridaSportsNetwork.com. It's a terrific course that's in phenomenal shape. You get golf, you'll get lunch, you'll get a shirt, there'll be some entertainment, food and drink available during the round. Benefits a good cause, including Folds of Honor. So, nice little soiree we're trying to throw together 2 weeks from tomorrow. And we are throwing it together. And we haven't done one of these in 3 years. We want to be able to meet and greet the many who have supported us through not just one, but 2 and now 3 acts. So look forward to seeing you 2 weeks from tomorrow. Please sign up this weekend if you can. From a planning standpoint, it makes things a lot easier. That's all.
Well said. With you 100% on that.
That's all.
Get it now.
So that's coming out today, the proverbial Friday news dump. Yeah, no big deal or anything.
Put it this way, it'll get me to watch the Charles Schwab challenge this weekend. Because otherwise, I would have not put that on.
All right. You really think they're going to talk about this?
I want to just see him not talk about
it. Okay, well, that'll be no problem.
Because when Patrick Reed says he's playing in it, I become a Patrick Reed fan for the weekend because I want him to win the tournament.
Wearing some sort of LIV series hat. Now, I can't confirm the Patrick Reed. That's just been whispered about Patrick Reed.
No, I got you. But he's the perfect guy for this tour. Patrick Reed cares about Patrick Reed and money.
Well, I mean, I'm waiting to see whether or not Phil goes through with this or not.
He's going through with it.
Okay, well, but, I mean, then
I've always thought, I guess I'm looking for the rest of them now. I mean, Phil's obviously the creme de la creme of this thing. But Patrick Reed might be the best player that goes over on it currently, if you know what I mean.
No, I agree with that. Also, I want to see how many European and international players, because their attitude is very different.
And they owe the PGA Tour nothing in their estimation.
Well, yeah, and not only that, most of them that we are thinking of are the Sergios, the Adam Scotts, the Poulters, the Westwoods. The first digit is a 4. In Westwood's case, he's a year away from the Champions Tour, which is interesting because there's money to be made out there, and he would make a lot of it, but not the money he could make playing 8 events on the LIV Tour. I mean, he could make $25 million if he tears up the LIV Tour. And they're handing out $5 million for wins. They're all getting appearance fees. I mean, this is the cash grab. I mean, it's not crazy to think. I mean, all of these guys think they can win on that tour. One win, $5 million. That's 3 wins on the PGA Tour if it's just a regular event. And they're getting appearance fees.
Right, that's 3 wins in the best fields in the world. This
Right.
is now a smaller field, no cuts, 54 holes, right?
Yeah, a couple of team events. I mean, are you serious? I mean, we know how much they love the QBE shootout. You know, that's splitting, that's splitting 300,000 or whatever it is they're splitting.
Which at what point is the tour going to say Greg Norman can't be your host of this tournament?
Now, I will say his golf company.
Correct.
No, he sold it.
Right.
So it's not Greg Norman's company, if you will.
I got you. It's still a PGA Tour event.
It is listed.
When you go to PGAtour.com, on their schedule, the QBE shootout is listed.
Right.
It doesn't say hosted by Greg Norman on it.
No.
But everybody's pretty well aware of who the host of this tournament is.
Correct. Yes. And I do think you and I are curious, will there be any fallout? I mean, they take it off the schedule. But the other thing that I'm curious about is, will there be a couple of players who won't accept the invitations? Because some people on tour are really bent about this. This is not a joke to them.
Well, and what if they just try to cancel the event? Would he put it on the LIV tour? I think he would. So I don't think they would cancel the event, if you know what I mean.
Oh, no, I don't think that it's officially sanctioned matters at all. I don't believe so. I mean, what is it? 24, 32 guys. I mean, come on, they can find 12, 16 teams. This isn't a problem. And I don't think that NBC will not televise it because of Greg Norman being the de facto host. They may not put Greg Norman on it, though. I mean, the PGA Tour may be like, listen, you can do the event. He can't be on the broadcast.
Right. I mean, because as we know, when they make the announcement of who's playing, Norman flies over and does the press.
Right.
Does an interview with us every year.
Right.
Then usually does one at the tournament.
But yes, in the golf world. Dun, 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 dun.
Oh, this is the biggest non-golf golf story that doesn't involve Tiger Woods in the last 25 years.
Trying to think of a bigger one. But the other thing is that if Phil's on the list, this effectively ends his career. I mean, the PGA Tour, we think, is going to come down really hard on these guys. They're going to try to ban them for life. But I think at first they're going to hand down 6-month suspensions or an indefinite suspension because they know it's going to court. So you might as well keep them off your tour until this thing gets settled by the Supreme Court.
And I would bet on the indefinite over a time period of suspensions, that they're just indefinitely suspended, of which we won't know unless they decide to change the way they do business because they don't announce suspensions.
Well, also at this point, though, if you're Phil and whoever else is going to join him, do you just say, okay, I mean, in the past, these golfers have all played along with the PGA Tour. Yes, I was on double secret probation, but they won't tell you for how long, and some of them wouldn't even confirm or deny. I think now, though, if you're making a break, see, to me, if you're a player and you sign up for this event, you better be prepared then that you are making a break from the PGA Tour because you're going to be dead to them. And Ricky Fowler basically said, if you could read between the lines, I'd kind of like to play in a couple of these events, but I'm trying to figure out what the punishment's going to be. I mean, are they really going to ban me for life because I play in this one-team golf event, said the Canadian Open? Don't know what to tell you. The purse is 4 times as much. I'm a golfer.
Right.
I do this for money.
Right, who's not been making a lot of money, and now I have an opportunity to make a boatload.
Right.
And then the other side, particularly Fowler, is such a great, because he just got done playing pretty well in the PGA 2 years in a row. He's had a good PGA in which you say, hey, maybe this guy's going down the right path now, and he's straightened his game out.
I thought Faldo was pretty eloquent talking about Fowler and also on the MegaCast, we had a few golfers talking about him, in which you say, when you're in this group and all of a sudden you're not in the group with them anymore, they're 3 under making the turn on the front 9 and you're even. And that didn't used to be the case. It messes with you.
Yeah, and I think it was Couples on the second day talking about how Fowler, he goes, actually, it's a better tournament for him. The PGA, the U.S. Open, where par's a good score. When you're having trouble shooting 67, well, that's great that you just got to go out there and try to find a way to shoot par.
Julie Inkster said something on the MegaCast I think we all have to remember. She said, golfers think it is easier to make up ground on a hard course. She goes, because we think a 3 under 67 will go a lot further. You got to go 63, 64 on an easier course to equate a 3 under 67 on a hard course. And so, we asked her a question and about, those that were like 6'8" back, big names. And she goes, I'm glad it's hard. I want it to get harder.
Miller and Moulton, just hoping things get easier and easier. And we thank you for listening right here on the Florida Sports Network.
Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost clubhead speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119.
Mark, we're playing golf.
Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Go to floridasportsnetwork.com to sign up now.
I'd like to thank Budweiser, Twin Peaks, and Southwest Florida Golf Carts. Got some good stuff there, flgolfcarts.com.
Where are you going to go? floridasportsnetwork.com. Sign up for our tournament, Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Your golf will include your foursome and a chance to have lunch and awards after.
Sign up at floridasportsnetwork.com.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the chicken bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today.
David Moulton for Napa, Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Dominican Sue is a unique Twitter follow. You follow him on Twitter?
I do not.
He just did a thing today about how do you get money for buy your first home. And he's got all the lists of how you can get up to $12,500 to buy your first home. Goes through all. I mean, he's very intelligent. Never about sports. Never.
my Dan Abrams illegal analysis here, I think the current makeup of the court would favor the LIV tour when it goes to the Supreme Court.
Thanks for listening. And now, more of Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, Florida Sports Network. Thanks so much for being with us. Indy 500, Sunday afternoon, Indianapolis. Bright sunshine, low 80s is the forecast. 0% chance of rain. We'll see just how much basketball and hockey we'll have. Celtics win tonight. We don't have another basketball game till next Thursday. Final start June 2nd at Golden State. Period. End of sentence. So the Warriors are going to have a week, and the Celtics may have 6 days. Heat win tonight. Game 7 Sunday at whatever the arena is called now. Some crypto, right?
FTX Arena.
There we go.
It'll always be the AAA, though. Always.
Just like it'll always be Staples in Los Angeles. Boy, are they been about that.
Whatever.
I know.
My goodness, if I can't call an arena by a corporate name as opposed to a different corporate name, what is the world coming to?
I take it as like an
Such
attack.
a joke.
You take it like
It's a joke.
Attack on Kobe.
Mark, you're the type of guy who calls the Sears Tower the Willis Tower. It's the Sears Tower.
I didn't even know what the new name is.
I didn't either.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. No.
Don't care.
No.
It's been the Willis Tower for like 13 years.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Right. I'm
But it's
with
the
you.
Sears Tower.
Yeah. It's probably
That's
what
a little
I'd call it
different.
too.
It's a little different than an arena with a corporate name attached to it. I mean, it was the Sears Tower for how long? Since it was built. These
arenas change names like people change clothes.
Right.
It was the Staples Center from the time it was built.
That's true. But it was like 20
It's
years.
still a corporate sponsorship. It's not
Right.
like Staples built it.
It's kind of like
See-
a
see-
college. We view it as more like a college bowl sponsorship.
Yes.
That if all of a sudden it changes, okay. Like some changes we like, St. Petersburg, they're going through a sponsor like every 2 years. They had the Beef O'Brady's Bowl at one point in time. Wasn't it Bitcoin?
Well, the Bitcoin Bowl. If
Right.
we would have just dumped a paycheck into the Bitcoin Bowl, I wouldn't have to do the show anymore. What do you call where the Dolphins play?
It's the Hard Rock. The Rock. Hard Rock Stadium.
Put it this way: before Hard Rock, though,
Land Shark for a short while.
like a lot of us
Yes.
just called it Pro Player.
Yes.
I call it Joe Robby.
Well, there you go.
Right. When I say Hard Rock, but then when I joke around, I say or Joe Robby or Pro Player or Land Shark or Sun Life or Dolphin. You know that one year it was Dolphin Stadium and then the next year it was Dolphins Stadium.
I don't get it. There's a guy suing in Jersey to make the Giants and Jets be referred to as the New Jersey Giants and Jets.
It's been going on for a while, hasn't it?
The folks in Jersey are fine with it. We really are. There was one year I thought early on when the Giants moved to the Meadowlands, they put a little NJ on the helmet. And I was just kind of like, come on, it's the New York Giants. They're playing here because they got a deal on the land and all that. And come on, they're the New York Giants.
What if you spell it Giants with a J? Make it New York Giants.
Yeah, that would bother me a lot. Another decision that's expected here soon, which 99% of the world could care less about. But, it's been thought of for a few years now that the ACC is moving their headquarters to Charlotte. And you spent some time there on Tobacco Road, and this is a BFD.
They're going to move it from Greensboro, the home of nothing?
Mark, but all right, in the northern part of that state, all right, Greensboro is the ACC. That's where the basketball tournament should be held. And come on now, you and I, in fairness, there are certain events in which we go, come on, this needs to be held here.
Right, but see, the ACC tournament needs to be held in Charlotte, not in Greensboro. And certainly not in New York City.
Well, I totally agree with that. All right, but there are a lot of people in ACC country, which technically we count, in between Miami and Tallahassee, but in ACC country,
Right,
they
we're
think
in the heart of ACC country.
we
right
really
there.
are, especially now that Comcast finally has the ACC network.
Oh, they do?
I thought they did.
I don't know. I've been on DirecTV for a couple of years.
Yeah, it's on like some channel though that's really hard to find.
Good for Comcast.
Yeah, I think it's in like the 1600s, but I believe they picked it up. But that decision is coming really soon. The mayor of Greensboro pressed her and everything, in which he said, we put our best foot forward. The residents of the city should know we made a great case. She even knows it's going to Charlotte. Come on.
Yeah.
This is the slowest rip of a Band-Aid off a scab on a hairy arm that I think I've ever seen.
Why did you have to go through all of that? That hurt me, you talking about that.
This is like a year and a half of water torture for the people of Greensboro. The whole world knows it's moving to Charlotte.
Absolutely.
This will be one of the greatest upsets of all time if they do this 2-year dog and pony show and decide to keep it in Greensboro. When you have presidents of universities saying, well, I ain't voting for anything unless I can get a direct flight. That seems to rule out Greensboro.
Well, unless you're in Charlotte, unless you're in
Right.
Charlotte or Raleigh, I think it's the only direct flights they have out of Greensboro. Maybe Atlanta.
So I don't know if the word's going to leak out today or this weekend between the LIV tour and where the ACC is going to call home.
long as it's not Syracuse.
I think there's a pretty good chance of that. Here's what I'm wondering. When, the Big Ten and the SEC form their own super league here and each conduct their own championships and then play one another for the national. I mean, think about if they did this. I'm tongue in cheek here, but I'm not. With what everyone is talking about, what is to prevent the SEC and the Big Ten?
Well, and first off, because the SEC has already talked about having a semifinal game before a championship game.
Yeah.
That's already out in the open.
Yeah, doing their own tournament.
Right.
What is to prevent the SEC and the Big Ten from huddling over in the corner and going, you do whatever the hell you want. We'll do whatever the hell we want. Winners play. We'll call it the national championship. Who's going to fight us? Who's going to disagree? Who's not going to televise it? Who's not going to watch?
Hey, the fact of the matter is 16 now in the SEC, 14 in the Big Ten. I'm sure everybody's thinking which two would the Big Ten grab. They wouldn't have to grab anyone. It's not that far from what could happen.
I mean, I think you give it one more series of contracts. Big Ten's in the, next 2 months. They're going to announce their new TV deal. It's going to go for however long it goes, probably
10 years.
So early 2030s. The SEC's got their long-term deal locked up with ESPN, which I think is around 12 years. Takes them into the almost mid-2030s. And then I think it's everything that we've talked about.
And there's no other conference that's going to – the other three Power 5 conferences combined won't get the money the Big Ten's getting. What's left of the Big 12, the ACC, and the Pac-12 will not get the money combined that the Big Ten's getting.
Only chance is if one or two of the streaming services just throw stupid money out there, A, because they have it, and B, get a chance to get the programming. But that's their only shot.
I don't think you're that far off. I mean, Notre Dame and USC would like to have something to say about it, but you're not that far off.
But if at the end of the day, the SEC and the Big Ten looked at a few schools and said, you got to decide, are you in or out? I think they'd be in.
I know they'd be in. The good, the bad, and the ugly today was a day win. Coming up next, Miller and Moulton. Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost club head speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119.
David Moulton for Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa Filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa Filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters. Mark, we're playing golf.
Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Go to floridasportsnetwork.com to sign up now.
I'd like to thank Budweiser, Twin Peaks, and Southwest Florida Golf Carts. Got some good stuff there, flgolfcarts.com.
Where are you going to go? floridasportsnetwork.com. Sign up for our tournament, Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Your golf will include your foursome and a chance to have lunch and awards after.
Sign up at floridasportsnetwork.com.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the chicken bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today. You You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Red Wings and Avalanche alumni played in front of 43,000 at Coors Field.
Okay, yeah, it's the outdoor.
Avs won 5-2.
But Trenton, that's kind of no offense here, Trenton. The worst thing for college sports is a powerful Big Ten. It's the most powerful conference on the planet, and it always has been. I don't know. I don't even know what you're saying. So college sports has always been bad because the Big Ten's been the most powerful conference throughout time.
Yzerman and Shanahan scored on Waugh. Oh, well, Yzerman scored on Waugh. Shanahan scored on his replacement in the third. Man, it's just amazing to see all the names that played in this game.
Wow. I just hit Brush Up for 4 tickets for Marty. Needed tickets for a client. And I told him I'd get Craig Compton. And I said, I will buy. I need to buy. Do you have any good seats? I would like to buy 4 tickets for tonight's game. And he said, send me the name. I'll take care of it. And I said, Donnie Bishop, I have someone call me for a credit card number. I'll pay for it. He goes, my treat. Then he just said, I said, thanks, Greg. And he says, tell him to buy lots of beer. LIV Golf.
18, I thought. I thought it was 18.
There it is.
Is it out?
Well, no, they've got a Twitter account. They don't follow anybody, and they haven't tweeted anything.
I'll keep this NBA tangent quick, but you know how everyone's saying that, oh, Luka needs a center, the Mavericks needs a center, Dallas needs a center. What if they get DeAndre Ayton?
They don't have the money. They do not have any money. They're going to have to do, like, Brunson's becoming a free agent. The thought is they'll do a sign and trade, lose Brunson, pick up a big somewhere else. Do they acquire Randall from the Knicks? Is a Mitchell Robinson, a Miles Turner from
Gobert?
Well, I don't see them possibly, but that's the thought, that if they're going to get him a piece and it's a 4 or 5, they'll probably have to use Brunson's free agency in a sign and trade.
Yeah, and Phoenix isn't going to make that deal. But whatever, I guess the vibe around the league apparently is that no one thinks Ayton is worth that much money.
Well, they don't think he's worth the max, which is 34, but there are a couple of teams who can afford it. I mean, Detroit can afford it. San Antonio can afford it because they'd have such a young roster around them. I mean, for 3 years, they'd still be well under the cap, even with paying a guy his rookie supermax.
Damn. Ayton on the Spurs. That could be good for him. Really good for him. He kind of reminded me of David Robinson in college. DeAndre Ayton was a menace. He still is.
But yeah, I love the way you're thinking, though. Like some of the guys that are playing today in the Charles Schwab, and it's going to come out and what have you, and there is going to be a throng waiting for them.
Yeah,
media-wise, following them into the parking lot.
So it's 6 hours ahead there, 5 hours ahead, 5 hours ahead in London, right?
Yeah, it's 2:30.
I mean,
it's got to be soon.
It's got to be in the next 90 minutes.
We figure it has to be by noon our time because that's 5 o'clock theirs.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
"22 minutes before the hour. The home stretch of Miller and Moulton for the week, heading into a Memorial Day weekend. We'll have a best of show on Monday. We hope you all have a safe, fun, please take a moment to observe holiday weekend. Now I'm all excited to see the list.
You and I both.
Well, you're a wreck over there.
No, that was actually a work email. I was just
okay.
finishing up there. One of the affiliates wanted to know what you were just saying. What are we doing on Monday? So I was just letting everybody know that someone that didn't know, it's a best of on Monday.
Right.
That's all that was. No, but
And if you want to carry it, that's awesome.
Yes.
Speaking of which, since it's, also the bonus hour, Blades go for the sweep tonight at Hertz, up 3-0 on Newfoundland. They got 2 more shots at home to get the 1 tonight and tomorrow.
They wouldn't tell you this because they just want to get it over with, but they'd like to win this in 5. Couple good weekend draws.
Well, I think ownership would love.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, ownership would love if they're going to get 2 good weekend draws.
They should.
Yes, they should. By the way, hats off to NBC2. They're all wearing Blades colors to honor, tip the cap to the Blades being a win away from the finals.
So is Felipe.
Right. Yeah. Well, ditch the Heat.
Dumped the Heat down 3 games to 2.
Yeah,
it is
jumping on the Blades wagon. All right. Only 5 wins away from a championship there.
You're using the term dump way too loosely.
Yeah.
No, I have not dumped anything. I have been appalled, disappointed, and offended.
I am shocked and appalled. I tell you.
You certainly had a breakup with your team.
Yeah, man.
And now this may be an 8th grade relationship breakup that you break up on Friday and are back together by Monday. But
man, you are bent out of shape. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you.
I'm disappointed in you, Felipe. I'm disappointed in your fandom.
Wow. It's one of the worst words you could use right there.
I know.
Just cuts. It might not work on the younger generation the way it worked on ours, Mark. It was the worst thing you could say.
Yeah, Mark, I don't care. I'm sorry. I'm still a Heat fan, but I'm disappointed Heat fan.
I don't know. He hasn't said we for 2 days.
Right.
So, man, he's really been out of shape.
Yeah, because they still haven't hit a 3. So why don't we just why don't we say we do this?
Leave it to the oldest guy in the show, and definitely the oldest soul, to live in the past. Here's David Moulton with Today Was the Day When.
That's how you produce.
That's forcing me to follow a lead right there. The Habeas Corpus Act was passed in England on this day in 1679. So that's how far, obviously, we ended up adopting it just a few years later. But, that's where it originated 343 years ago. 1930, the Chrysler Building opened in New York City. It was over 1,000 feet tall at the time, the tallest building in America, 1,046 feet. Golden Gate Bridge opened on this day in 1937. It was also the same day that Carl Hubble, the New York Giants, won a Major League record 24th consecutive game. The streak started in mid-July the year before. Damn. Pretty good. Where are we going here? 49. The Cleveland Indians, because they were the Indians then, and they had just won the World Series the year before in 48. So they start 49, Mark, at 12-17. Owner Bill Veeck goes, yeah, we got to wipe the slate clean. He comes up with a second opening day promotion. 1963, Freewheelin' with Bob Dylan. His breakthrough, was that his first?
No.
I mean, it is almost 60 years ago, but that was considered his breakthrough album.
Okay.
Is what I read.
All right.
Freewheelin' or The Freewheelin' Bob Dylan is what it was named. 1968, George Halas retired on this day, 54 years ago. At the time, the all-time leader in wins with 318 and 6 NFL titles. Also, Montreal and San Diego were awarded National League franchises on this day 54 years ago. 1969, Walt Disney World begins construction at Bay Lake and Lake Buena Vista.
Anything going on with them recently?
No, I haven't really been in the news much. No. Penske wins his first Indy 500 50 years ago today with Mark Donohue. Flyers win their second and right now last Stanley Cup at the Odd in Buffalo, the Foggy Odd in Buffalo, Game 6, 2-0 Flyers. Bernie Parent's second year in a row, he wins the Conn Smythe. It is amazing that the Flyers, 47 years later, have not won another cup. 77, the Sex Pistols released God Save the Queen. The Empire went bank blat crazy. The BBC ends up banning the song,
Oh, yeah.
which only helped the Sex Pistols even more.
I mean, it was banned in shops. It was banned on radio. It was banned damn near everywhere.
Not in America. Rick Mears on this day in 79 wins the first of 4 Indy 500s. By the way, other winners of Indy on this day, Mark, Castroneves won his first 21 years ago. Dario Franchitti won 2 of his 3 Indy 500s on this day in 07 and 2012. And in 2018, Will Power, which most of us don't have, the first Aussie winner of the 500. The Colorado Rockies became the New Jersey Devils on this day 40 years ago.
Happy birthday, Seth. At least New Jersey Devil birthday.
In 1984, Bulgaria's Manuela Mileva, good player. She's in the Italian Open. It's backed up by rain. She has to play the quarterfinals, and if she wins the semifinals, and then the finals all on the same day. She does it, including beating Chris Evert in the final. Only 7 players beat Chris Evert on clay. Mileva was one of them, and it was her 3rd match of the day.
Well, she had momentum, David.
I hear that's big in sports. On this day in 85, Britain agreed to return Hong Kong to China 12 years later. They did it in 97. Dale Murphy retired on this day in 93 with 398 homers. When he retired, you and I both thought, well, he's going to the Hall of Fame.
So did he.
Because Al Kaline had 399 home runs. Now, he also had 3,007 hits. But Murphy, 2-time MVP, played center field. We thought, well, he's going to the Hall of Fame. Hasn't happened. On this day in 94, it was the final Arsenio Hall show and the final Larry King radio show. How many of you remember listening at 2 a.m. to Conspiracy Theory Radio? Roswell, New Mexico. Hello. Also, on this day in 94, Matteau, double overtime game winner for the Rangers against the Devils to go to the finals. Christopher Reeve, paralyzed from the neck down on this day in 95 after falling from his horse in a riding competition. And a year ago today, it was the Friends reunion on television, 17 years after the show had ended. Sam Snead, Lisa Left Eye Lopes, Vincent Price, and Hubert Humphrey, all born on this day.
That are no longer with us. Left Eye died at the age of 30.
Left Eye would have been
far and away the prettiest of the 3 TLC.
Wait. Oh, okay. I thought you were saying far and away the prettiest of Sam Snead, Vincent Price, and Hubert Humphrey.
That too.
Would have been 51 today. Pat Cash is 57 today. Frank Thomas and Jeff Bagwell are both 54. Danny Werfel is 48. Daniel Jones, because I refuse to call him Danny Dimes, is 25. Don't you have to
throw a dime to be called Danny Dimes?
Don't you have to do something to get a nickname?
Yes.
Right. Daniel Jones is 25. Todd Bridges is 57. I have to admit I had the under. Louis Gossett is 86. Adam Carolla is 58. Henry Kissinger's 99. And that's all I got.
A couple of omissions here. It was today in 2014 that Fitty threw out the first pitch at the Mets game.
It was awful.
And it was in 1994 that the Eagles reunite for a show that they ended up launching their Hell Freezes Over tour after a 14-year break.
Look, it's late May, which means it's
This day in Miami Heat history?
no, this day in LeBron James history. He made his 8th straight NBA Finals, winning Game 7 in Boston. Something that I hope the Heat can do tonight. Right?
Yeah, whatever.
He sounds almost angry as opposed to wishful and helpful.
You know,
It's
make some shots.
Just
Please.
You know, it's best to put that thing on silent when you do the show.
That's a good point.
Just a thought. You know, you do a radio show, the phone really shouldn't be going off.
I know most of the time you're not on the mic, but when you do, you can't have the phone ringing.
You've heard folks elsewhere mock Florida is gonna Florida. Well, Mark Miller sees it differently. He calls it the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
For the good, we go to Charlotte Harbor. And an oyster bar in Lake County, Florida, has saved its leftover shells for 7 years. They were barged out into Turtle Bay and now making their own oyster bar. It's actually really cool because this can actually produce more oysters, help clean the water. It's a great thing. But I'm just amazed. I don't know where the Clearmont Oyster Bar stored the oyster shells for 7 years. It does make me think about oysters for lunch, though. Apparently, it's a new place over by Pop Stroke I need to try, David.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
For the bad, well, we go to St. Petersburg, where a trespassing suspect by the name of Kenneth Gray walked into a closed Mexican restaurant at 2:15 in the morning with his pants open and his genitals exposed.
Oh, come on.
He explained to Florida police that he was doing a chant and cleansing himself spiritually. They didn't buy it and took him to jail.
So that's what they're calling it now?
And finally, the real ugly. We go to Cape Coral, where a Cape Coral woman was arrested and is facing charges after telling school faculty she was going to attend her child's graduation with a fake bomb strapped to her due to her child being unable to graduate because of disciplinary reasons.
Seriously? This week? You're first off, you're pulling that stuff.
It was last week when she did it.
Okay.
But regardless,
Wow.
Tracy Carter, you wonder why your kid's having disciplinary issues?
Yeah.
Look in the mirror, sweetheart. You're a train wreck. Get better. And that is the good, the bad, and the ugly on May the 27th, 2020.
Got hockey tonight on TNT, 8 o'clock. Can the Avs, after failing to close out the Blues in Game 5 in Colorado, blew a 3-0 lead and a 4-3 lead in the final minute, can they win and advance to the conference finals for the first time in 20 years? They're minus 170, Mark. That's a clear favorite. We had Pat Micheletti on the show earlier. He basically says whoever wins tonight's game is going to win the series.
Well, I think Colorado wins. They showed a stat yesterday that I'd seen. There's 6 times a team has come back from 3-0 to win a game. They've never won the next game in a playoff series.
Heat 4 times have been down 3-2 and have come back to win the series. Need to win tonight, obviously, in Boston to force a Game 7. It's on the 4-letter network at 8:30. The Celtics are an 8.5-point favorite.
I'd lay it. I know Miami's going to play really hard tonight. I just think they're undermanned. They're banged up. And this is the end for what's been a great Heat team this year. It's too bad they're injured.
I can't disagree with anything you said, but there's a part of me that, maybe we get the close games in the finals.
I hope so.
And I do think that series will go a long way. Like, we've only had, one Game 7?
In the playoffs, yes, so far.
The Boston-Milwaukee?
Yes.
Yeah. So 8.5 tonight for the Celtics. Baseball, the
Did
Yankees
Dallas
and
do
Rays.
7 against the Suns? I thought.
Yes, they
yeah,
did.
you're right.
You're absolutely right.
Yeah. All right.
We just forgot about it because they got murdered, the Suns.
Right.
They lost by 40.
Yeah. So the 2 semifinal series, went 7. Good call, Mark. Yankees in St. Pete again to face the Rays. They're leading now 5.5 in the East. Marlins are in Atlanta to face the Braves. And, I got a funny feeling this is a big series for Joe Girardi's future employment. They're 3 below 500. They're 7.5 back of the Mets. Got a 3-game series in New York.
Someone's got to start beating the Mets with all their pitching on the DL.
Well, the division games are lining up here. I'm telling you, the Mets are going to go into a little slump here. If they don't acquire some arms now, they're doing it little smoke and mirrors at this point. And a lot of guts, but at some point, you need talent. Okay, A's 3 more home games against the Rangers. They did 3,203 last night. So adding up, do the math here.
They'll do over 30,000 for these 3 games.
I'm going under.
I'll go under.
It's Memorial Day weekend.
I understand.
Mark, people have much better things to do on Memorial Day weekend than go to an A's game.
Baseball.
Respectfully.
I understand.
Hot dogs.
Apple pie, Chevrolet.
Yeah.
I got it. Don't know what to tell you. They're really mad at the owner.
Long weekend at the Coliseum.
Hey, I boycotted hockey for a year. I mean, when you get a burr up your, you know what? I mean, you cannot sit on it for a year.
I hear you. Have a great weekend, everyone. We appreciate you listening. Sign up for the golf tournament. It's June 11th at West Bay. Go to FloridaSportsNetwork.com. We'll do this all over again Monday morning. Best of. We'll be back Tuesday, 6 a.m.
Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip